Claire opened this public hearing of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee inquiry into Australia's youth justice and incarceration system. The committee's proceedings today will follow the program as circulated. These are public proceedings being broadcast live via audio. I am the chair of the committee, Senator Leah Blythe, and joining me in person today are Senators Dorinda Cox and David Shoebridge. Senators Andrew McLaughlin, Alex Antic and Lydia Thorpe will be joining us via teleconference today. Before we begin, I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to the committee. The committee prefers evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses have the right to request to be heard in confidence, described as being in camera. If you are a witness today and intend to request to give evidence in camera, please bring this to the attention of Secretariat as soon as possible. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground upon which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, also be made at any other time. A witness speaking for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record the proceedings. Mobile phones and other electronic devices should be switched off or turned to silent mode. I now welcome the Northern Territory's Children's Commissioner, Charlene Musk. Thank you for taking the time to speak to the committee today, and also Elle Jackson. Now I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. And for the Hansard record, can I get you both to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Sure. Charlene Musk, Children's Commissioner, Northern Territory.
And Elle Jackson, Manager of Strategy Rights and Advice at the Office of the Children's Commissioner.
Fantastic. And do you have a brief opening statement for the committee today?
Yes, thank you.
Please.
So I'm a Larrakia woman on my mother's side. I'm part of the Shepherd family group. I acknowledge this hearing is taking place in beautiful Garamilla, Darwin, Larrakia country. This is my hometown and place of birth. I pay my respects to the elders, traditional owners and custodians of the lands and waterways that surround us, and to all Aboriginal people here today. I also acknowledge the many children and young people who I've had the privilege of working for. It's an honour to be here, sharing their voices and elevating their ideas for change. In the words of a child in detention here in the Territory, adults just don't realise that we're just products of the system. No one actually wants to help us. They just lock us up instead. They don't know what life is like for us. These words do a salient job of setting the scene for you today. Whilst children's rights are enshrined in international law, very few have been incorporated domestically and or enforceable within jurisdictions such as the Territory. This has meant that children's rights can be and are often disregarded in the creation of policy and drafting and implementation of laws. As the only Australian jurisdiction until recently to have had a Royal Commission into the treatment of children in contact with this system, one would expect the Territory to have progressed meaningful, real transformational change for our most vulnerable children. Unfortunately, this has not been the case. In recent years, we've seen a plethora of legal and policy reforms that breach children's rights and go against the evidence of what works. These have included changes to Territory laws that have lowered the age of criminal responsibility from 12 to 10, reduced access to cautions, diversion and alternative responses, removed the principle of custody as a last resort, increased the number of children held on remand, and brought back the use of spit hoods for use on children in custody. Experts, stakeholders, community leaders and those most impacted were not consulted on these laws. They were rushed through on urgency. I was neither engaged nor offered an opportunity to review or provide advice on these laws, on the real and potential implications of their operation, and this was in contravention of established governmental processes. We've also seen the closure of the second detention centre, the Alice Springs Youth Detention Facility, resulting in the automatic transfer of detained Central Australian children to the one facility here in Darwin, 1,500 kilometres away from family, community and country. I've tried to be proactive, writing to and seeking to meet with key decision makers to advise them of concerns and specifically matters related to the safety and wellbeing of vulnerable children. Unfortunately, this has not resulted in meaningful consultation or capacity to assist change. It's often the most vulnerable children who are impacted by system and service failure and too often harmed as a result. These children should be prioritised for assistance and support and centred in the solutions. When discussing the Territory Youth Justice System, we must first consider the children involved. Despite public narratives that demonise children and too often lead to ineffective and punitive responses, we know children in contact with this system are some of the most vulnerable in our community. We undertook an analysis of the needs and vulnerabilities of a cohort of 17 children aged 10 to 13 held in youth detention in 1 year. We found that every child was well known to the child protection system. All 17 had multiple notifications of harm. 456 notifications of harm or exploitation have been made in relation to those 17 children. One child had been the subject of 70 notifications. 94% of the children had notifications of exposure to family violence. 77% had a disclosed, i.e. identified, mental health condition and or cognitive disability, and 47% had multiple diagnosed disabilities. Most had been struggling at school. Almost half had less than 40% attendance by year 6. 16 of the 17 went to return to detention that same year. 3 went on to have over 20 admissions in the following year. These children were well known to government agencies and other systems much earlier in their young lives and failed. They were all compulsory school age, many living with known disability and mental health conditions, and all had repeated and multiple interactions with the Child Protection Welfare Service. We're talking about children who have survived significant adversity in life, who are victims, survivors in their own right, and who were denied the right to grow up safe, healthy, and well in their community. As is evident from our report, there is a strong overlap of children involved in the youth justice system who have had prior contact with child protection. These children often share similar risk factors and present with intersecting and compounding needs. In the NT, of all children under supervision in 22 to 23, 81% had an interaction with child protection system. This is the highest rate in the country. In relation to children who were in custody, this was 85%. The younger a child is when they first come under youth justice supervision, the more likely they've also to had child protection experiences, particularly those who were sent into detention. In that same year, 91% of children aged 10 to 13 had prior involvement with child protection. The early onset of youth justice involvement for children with child protection histories is associated with an increased risk of ongoing offending and progression into the adult system. Tragically, Aboriginal children are disproportionately overrepresented in this system. On any given day, all children in detention are Aboriginal. Grounded in the ongoing impacts of colonisation, systemic racism and discriminatory laws and policies that compound and entrench disadvantage and adversity faced by Aboriginal peoples, the overrepresentation of Aboriginal children reflects abstract failure of decision makers and successive government policy. Whilst many Aboriginal families are strong and resilient, some experience chronic disadvantage in many and often intersecting forms, including poverty, housing instability, family violence, poor health, mental health, disability. The failure of responsible agencies to provide meaningful support earlier to these families that are struggling to address challenges and disadvantage that they face increase the likelihood of early and prolonged youth justice involvement of Aboriginal children. Structurally, the overrepresentation of Aboriginal children in this system reflects an over-reliance on punitive and tertiary responses that lead to criminalisation, containment and harm, rather than community-led solutions that actually work. Those that support children to stay connected to family, community and culture, to heal and thrive. This flies in the face of the Territory's commitment to closing the gap, in particular Target 11 to reduce the rate of Aboriginal children in detention. As we know, the gap continues to widen for Aboriginal people and Aboriginal children here in the Territory. The way the current system is structured and operates is punitive. It is ill-equipped to address many of the underlying factors linked to young people's offending. I'm deeply concerned that children with unmet disability, mental health and trauma needs are ending up in the system due to a failure to identify and respond to those needs earlier. This is demonstrated through the absence of an adequate screening and assessment model for children with suspected disability or mental health appearing before the youth court, particularly in the top end, Barkly, Big Rivers and remote regions. It is unacceptable for children who might be living with an undiagnosed disability to only be flagged for assessment when they end up in custody. As the Royal Commission found, understanding the underlying characteristics and needs of children who offend is a necessary precondition to addressing their behaviour. We also continue to see children set up to fail, not being able to access the help that they need whilst in custody or to be adequately supported to plan for their release. It's essential that young people are supported to address factors linked to their offending and have an individualised and coordinated through care plan to address risk factors and a process to successfully return to their community. If children were engaged as active participants in their recovery and rehabilitation and given the right supports when and where they need them, we might have better responses and better outcomes. They have great potential to learn from mistakes, grow out of antisocial behaviours, strengthen resilience and leverage off natural supports to mature into pro-social adults. We're missing opportunities time and again to create the space to hear from children and to work with them on the solutions. Many of them know what they need and have insight into what is holding them back. In the words of children that in detention that we heard from, they need help, care and support. And these are direct quotes from children that we've met in custody. They aren't meeting my needs in here. When you're locked down 23 hours a day, you want something to do. Solve violence, drinking, drugs. Make sure kids are safe at home. Break the cycle, support kids to learn right and wrong. Wrap around supports for young people's entire lives. Support families to get kids back on track. There needs to be more programs on the outside for kids. They need to support the parents more, give them vouchers for food and clothes for the kids. Give the kids some money so they won't have to steal. Someone safe they can ask for help. They only get involved after you get in trouble. They're not really programs that try and help beforehand. Kids want opportunities to be with family who care. If you're putting young people in a bad environment, it's leading to bad choices. I would prefer someone who understands my culture and helps me. We need more case managers, youth advocates, youth workers, social workers and counsellors. The first year I left care, it led to the justice system because of alcohol and drugs in the family. I went from being protected to unprotected. If a tough on crime approach worked, the Territory would be the safest place in Australia. Yet as the data shows, punitive responses reinforce the very behaviour we seek to change and increases the chance of further offending. We need a functional system that is effective, rights-focused and evidence-based, achieved through incorporation of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child into domestic law. National enforceable minimum standards for youth justice co-designed and developed with experts, including children with lived experience. A national focus on children through the establishment of a Minister for Children. Accountability and reporting measures, including efforts to account for commitments made under the National Agreement on Closing the Gap. National ban on practices that amount to cruel, inhumane and degrading treatment, including solitary confinement in spit hoods. How we talk about children also has to change. They are children deserving of care, support and love. They have great capacity to learn from any mistakes, to benefit from support and a helping hand. These are children who have so much to offer. Our current approach risks entrenching children in statutory systems for generations to come. We can and must do better. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Ms Jackson, did you have anything you wanted to open?
No, Senator, thank you.
I just wanted to check. What we might do is I might go to Senator Cox to commence questioning.
Thank you, and thank you, Ms Master, for your opening statement, but also for your work in this area, extensive experience, both lived experience and obviously being a local woman in these parts. I just want to go to your submission and where you've mentioned the Helpway Earlier report from the National Children's Commissioner, Anne Hollands, and it is the key theme of this inquiry, so I just want to go back to your quote within that talks about that we need to be helping kids way earlier, and within your opening statement you specifically talk about through care plans, sort of that intervention point in leaving care. And so, you know, can you elaborate for us as a committee what those sort of early intervention measures you think might look like that the government should be funding?
Sure. I think probably want to take a step sideways before I respond. Sorry, Charlene Amos, Children's Commissioner. Sorry, Senator. Most children who commit offences young do so because of immaturity. As we know, and I'm sure you've heard evidence from paediatricians and other child and adolescent experts, that children will make mistakes. So there's well-established research about the persisters and desisters. So, and what we say is children who are low risk, low need should be dealt with by low risk and low need measures. So diversion cautions, get them out of the system. We don't want to bring them into a formal system where it can be quite punitive and harmful. For children with complex needs, and I think I mentioned that in this report, children who have presented to other systems earlier in their life that may have unaddressed disability, mental health and trauma needs that are often connected to their family unit. So for us, the evidence speaks for itself, and Help Way Earlier is effectively a roadmap for governments on how to respond adequately to these children. So for children with high risk, high needs, there must be an individualised response that involves the child, their family unit, their natural supports. If they're Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander kids, it involves people who've got cultural authority and those strong relationships to the child. So that's a youth justice response. But for many, many children, these risks are identified earlier. And I know from Help Way Earlier and other research that we've had access to, it's about keeping kids in school, addressing, again, disability, mental health, trauma needs. It's about parenting programs. It's about mums and bubs clubs. It's about housing. So it's all about that, because children don't really have the agency when they're that young. They can't just go off and try and find alternative accommodation, because then child protection gets called. So what I'm saying is there are universal services, then there's secondary, and then there's primary. But for us, it's like so many of the issues that we identified here are really disconnected from the child themselves, but they're effectively a product of socio-economic circumstances, intergenerational trauma as well. And we need to be working with families and communities to address those risk factors so we don't see kids ending up in these systems. Another thing that we have written to government about at length has been the failure to screen and assess children with these suspected disability and mental health needs. And I think there's a dearth of adequate culturally safe models in the top half of the Northern Territory. We are aware of a model that was established by Congress, the Aboriginal Health Service in Central Australia, called SIATS, and that's the Children's Youth Assessment and Treatment Service. That is working wonders, and I've heard from judicial officers, lawyers and community members in Central Australia about having a culturally secure service that children and families can access, so that they can undertake the assessments, they can get the diagnosis if that's been determined, but then they're connected to the right services and support. So there's a relationship to the NDIA, they can get the plans, then they get the services that can strengthen that young person. And these are all pre the system. And that's what I'm saying, is so many of these kids are well known, they're all compulsory school age kids. I've seen, as a youth lawyer, kids coming before the courts who've not been in school for years because of challenging behaviours, because of what was happening at home, because they couldn't learn. They had learning difficulties. Some of them English as a second, third or fourth language. So for me, it's what are we doing to identify these kids earlier, working with families, supporting them to get the help that they need in the communities, and that's the stuff that works. So I think that was a bit of a drawn-out response, but I hope that answers your question.
It does, certainly.
Can I interrupt just for 1 second?
Yep.
Are we able to grab a copy of the Help Way?
Yeah, I was just about to ask
Sorry,
if she was tabling the report for the committee.
Yeah, so we've got a few reports for the
some
committee.
Yeah.
This report is in relation to the children aged 10 to 13 who are in custody in 1 year, and this looks at their inherent vulnerabilities, demographics, the stuff around the school disengagement, health, mental health and child protection involvement. We've got another report on children's experiences of racism in the Northern Territory that may well be relevant. This report came about through consultations with children in custody about their factors leading to their incarceration, and systemic racism came up as a primary causal factor. And so we did consultations to try to understand how prominent is racism in the lives of Territory children, where and how are they experiencing it. And we spoke to 284 children, and they told us that of those 284, 80% had experienced or observed racism in their own right. So it is prominent. It is affecting children's well-being, their engagement in social activities, being in public spaces, but also staying in school. So that's a relevant report to have a look at. And then we've got our annual report, which talks to our work and some of the advocacy that we've done in relation to children's rights.
Do you know
Fantastic.
what? I will accept that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we've got an explainer on youth diversion specific to the Territory, which would also hand up. And there's a paper on spit hoods,
Okay.
which will also hand up.
Fantastic. Well, this is.
Yeah, resources.
We really appreciate that.
Yeah.
We appreciate that. I just wanted to pick up just on a couple of points that you made in your opening statement, but also, you know, the statistics that you gave us are just off the charts. You know, the contacts with the child protection system, and particularly that 10 to 13-year-olds and the youth justice contacts. You know, and the continuation of that, but more so that entrenched disadvantage and, you know, having no real community-led solutions. And when we talk about early intervention and prevention, it's getting further upstream to some of those, you know, drivers, I suppose, of what's happening in the system. And you mentioned disability, health and trauma in your submission. But will that capture some of what you've described as sort of the harm notifications that also include FTV and other things? But my question really is, what else is there in the way of, quite often we rely on governments to fix this problem, and we rely on Territory government, we rely on the federal government, but where do we put the investment to ensure that the community build the capacity and lead the solutions that are required? So is there anything in the Territory that's doing
Yeah. I think this is, again, if we separate the youth justice system, we're focused on pre-contact. It is those universal services, but there's amazing work happening in every community, and especially Aboriginal families. They love their kids.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so there's this. I've seen many children and family centres in the Northern Territory, and Darren down the road in Malak, and Larapinta in Alice Springs, and they are such warm and welcoming places and for Aboriginal children and families, and they've got not just local people employed there, they also work very closely with allied health services. Even in Larapinta, when I was down there, they were talking about speech for therapists and occupational therapists coming in there to do assessments on a Wednesday. I think it was a Wednesday. So it's in a real welcoming place, so families won't be stigmatised. And this is explained to families as though, well, we want to test where this young person's at, so we can put the scaffolding in just to bring him up that level. So I think there's those sorts of places, and I mentioned too around the parenting courses, the mums and bubs clubs, that it's how do we bring families along? How do we strengthen families so children aren't being taken away or children aren't on the streets at night? And I think that's where the investment needs to be, because they've got a strong evidence base in their work, particularly if they're localised, place-based, interconnected with other services, with staff that reflect the patronage that are attending in these facilities. So, and I've seen wonders in terms of children making huge developmental leaps in terms of their numeracy, literacy, and social skills. So, that's an excellent example. I know a lot of elders do cultural camps, taking young people out. There's great work happening in Central Australia through Children's Ground, with nutrition programs, with a nutritionist actually helping people with healthy eating. And it's not just the child and their immediate family, it's the nana and the uncles and aunties that are coming along. And that's strong in culture, so they're getting their language, they're getting access to cultural knowledge, in a way that's then tied in with their responsibilities to go to school and maintain a safe and stable home. So they're examples of localised solutions that work. And I think when we did the opening, it wasn't that there is a dearth of community-led response. It's just that there's pockets of work happening, but they're not resourced to deliver on scale for the need that's there in the community. And there has been a defunding of case management services. The Back on Track model that was previously funded that's been dissolved. So
Funded by the Territory Government?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Okay.
that might have gone about 2 years ago, I believe.
Yeah.
But that was for children who were high risk, high needs, who are in contact with the system, and it's really hard now for children to get the support that they need when they're in contact with the system, unless they're on a statutory order.
So, sorry, just to clarify, there are pockets of work happening,
Yes.
but we're not funding it to the scale that it's needed.
No.
And has there been any work on what that scale is, apart from the statistics, but, economic basis of, how much investment's actually needed in order to start tipping the scales in the other direction?
Yeah, so I'm winding my mind back. I believe this was well ventilated in the Royal Commission
Okay.
final report back in 2017. I know the Productivity Commission did a report, was that 2019, that looked at the funding being provided by the Commonwealth and the Northern Territory. Some high-level findings from that report was that too often the two levels of government are not talking to each other, and there's not a lot of information and data sharing to ensure need is then informing service response. What I do say, however, is we've got these national agreements, we've got these frameworks, particularly tied to the Closing the Gap priority reforms, and that's where we need to be shifting the investments, because community do better for community kids.
Yep.
So what are we doing to transition not just the resources and divesting responsibility, particularly decision-making, to community, but what are we doing to share data, information? There's also a dearth of information publicly available about what happens to these children when they come into the system.
Yeah.
We've got access to certain powers to obtain information and data, which you'll see in the under 14th report, that help provide some of the demographics that help inform the characteristics and needs of these young people. But there should be adequate reporting publicly about who these, I'm not saying identifying children, but who are these children, where are they coming from, and what is the response? Because I think in the last report on government services published in March of 2026, there was no data provided by the Department of Corrections on the number of children that returned to youth justice supervision within 12 months. And the previous report that I'd seen, it might have been a year or two ago, had it at 85%. 85% of kids who've been in the system come back within the next year.
Yep.
That to me is an incredible measure of the effectiveness of youth justice services in the Northern Territory. Otherwise, you would have saw that number at 0 or close to low, and we're right up here.
Yeah. That's great. Thank you. That's it from me, Chair. Thank you.
Fantastic. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Commissioner, and enormous respect for the work you do, and the knowledge you bring to it. You speak about the positive programs that are happening on the ground. How would you contrast what those positive programs are on the ground to a young child's experience entering into the formal youth justice system?
Yes. The hard thing is I've been a youth lawyer as well as a children's commissioner, and my colleague here has been working with young people in terms of social work and support of those in the system. But for me, I just see so many young people who come in with interconnected vulnerabilities, and these children have been harmed. Like I said, the data speaks for itself in terms of the characteristics and vulnerabilities. They're all well known to the child protection system. Many are, and I don't have the exact data on the percentage that are actually under protection orders, but many of these young people are children who are victim survivors of harm, abuse, neglect, mistreatment. Many have undiagnosed, unmet disability, mental health needs, and they're the young people that we're incarcerating. So they're already presenting with significant adversity, but also distress and anxiety, and then we're locking up in a place that effectively replicates a prison. So we might call it a youth detention facility, but it's high concrete walls with razor wire. They're congregate facilities, and these are children going through incredible stages of development. So I haven't seen many children come out better on the other side. I've seen the actual worst, and I've heard the evidence of Dr. Stuart Kinner, and that's been my experience as someone who's worked in the system for 20 odd years. I've seen people graduate, potentially die early. I've seen a lot of people pass through misadventure or in other ways, but also people then go into the adult system and just come out so much worse.
You spoke about what the community First Nations run services provide, advice about nutrition, a meal, connection with elders, connection with country, helping families, and you say how that can change people's lives at a fraction of the cost of what it costs to put a young person in jail. Can you then tell me what the experience would be of, say, an 11-year-old kid caught with shoplifting in a community, say 50 k's out of Alice Springs, picked up by the police? What would the young person's journey be right now under current NT laws? Yeah,
so the hard thing is I look at the detention data coming through. So I've seen quite a few, actually 3 10-year-olds in the last couple of months in detention. And I think there might even be an 11-year-old in there now. So children are not just being picked up by police and then sent on their merry way, and that's the end of it. I'm seeing children as young as 10 and 11 ending up in custody for periods of time. So in terms of what is the process, I noticed with data from NT Police that compared to some years ago, less kids are being cautioned, less kids are being diverted, they're more likely to be arrested, they're more likely to be either remanded or subject to pretty strict bail.
So can you take me through, imagine this 11-year-old kid, the police decide not to exercise their discretion, picks her up for a shoplifting offence, maybe she was hungry and she was getting a chocolate bar, decides to charge, decides to refuse bail. What happens to that 11-year-old girl? She's 50 k's out of Alice. Is she brought into Alice? What happens?
I understand that. Again, I understand you've got NARJA and legal aid. I haven't practiced as a practitioner for something like 9 years, so I couldn't tell you the exact process now. But ordinarily, the young person, you'd have to have a responsible adult present. So hopefully a parent or guardian would be present with that young person whilst they're going through those police processes, including interrogation.
But we're hearing multiple reports. I'm hearing multiple reports of families not knowing. In fact, of a change in the NT's corrections and police policy that they don't proactively notify families. Have you heard of that happening?
No, under the Youth Justice Act, police are required to contact the responsible adult for the child, so ordinarily a parent or guardian. I understand the issue that you're talking to is in relation to corrections, and that's been changes to the transfers policy.
Right. So, young girl picked up might be transferred to a detention centre in Alice, and then is handed over to corrections or youth justice. What happens?
Again, I'd perhaps say defer to either NARJA or legal aid, but my understanding would they be able to do an on-call bail application to a judge.
Bail's refused?
Yes, and then they would be remanded to a facility, either Alice Springs remand facility for a period of time until they're transferred to Darwin. If they're to appear in court beyond a set period, I don't know the exact time frame that they may be held at the remand facility.
But then there are kids being transferred, young kids being transferred from Alice into remand and being held long-term, any long-term remands in Darwin, is that right?
Yes.
And they're being flown up?
Yes.
And what's the circumstances in which they're being flown up? Have you spoken to any kids about what that experience is like?
We undertook an inquiry into the reduced capacity period of the Alice Springs Youth Detention Centre started around 2 years ago, and we produced 2 reports. I don't have the first report in front of me. The second report was only published in January of this year. That involved case reviews in relation to some children who had been transferred in that reduced capacity period. We did speak to, and they're all Aboriginal, to those young people, and I've got some quotes if you'd like me to read out, but this is what some young people said to us. Hard to think about family here, makes you worry in the head. There's a lot of worry here. We're not on country and we miss that. It's different here and I worry a lot for my family and being far away. Makes me stress out. Us boys got to go home. Too hot here. I like it cold. The longer away from country, the more I worry. So they were all Aboriginal children from Central Australia and 27% from remote communities. For many, English was a second or third or subsequent language. And they were taken, as you understand, 1,500 kilometres away from their family, community, kin and country. So a lot of them were very distressed. And this was at a time when the facility, so we're going back to July 2023 to May 2024, when the Holtz facility was still not finalised. It was commissioned and opened for use, but it wasn't finalised in terms of operational works.
Are you hearing about children who have been transferred from Alice to Holtz and family hasn't been told about the transfer?
We had a complaint made, I'm not sure the time frame, but we didn't proceed to a formal investigation with that one. We undertook preliminary inquiries and didn't publish a report because it was only an interim.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've heard repeated reports of children being in detention and their family not knowing, like literally being disappeared off the streets by the NT government. And a change in policy with corrections has meant there's no active reach out to families. And I haven't heard of one instance, I've heard of multiple instances of this. You know, has this come across your desk?
As I said, I've had one complaint that was managed as a preliminary inquiry. We didn't formally finalise an investigation into the matter due to the changes in policy, and that's all reflected in our part 2 of our Alice Springs inquiry.
Tell me about the changes in policy, about proactive,
Yeah, so I don't exactly have the timeframes, and maybe if we get a copy of the part 2 of our inquiry, but it's the inquiry into the planning and implementation of the Alice Springs Youth Detention Centre Reduced Capacity Operational Plan. And
which basically, that language turns it from the original plan, which was relatively on country, schooling services, wraparound services in an NT facility. That's all been shut down and it's now basically a short-term remand facility to pump kids into Darwin.
Yeah, so there's one unit that's been set aside as a short-term remand. The majority of the prison's been decommissioned as a youth facility and recommissioned as a women's prison. But there was a change, and I couldn't exactly give you the time frame because I don't have the report in front of me, but there was a change in policy that used to say that they would make every effort to contact family, and family should be contacted at key decision-making points, particularly if there was a proposal to transfer the child from one facility to the other. But because of the decision to close the Alice Springs Centre, Holtz being the only facility to hold children long-term, that there was a change to their escort policies, and I understand there is no legislative requirement to notify family, but it is best practice, and that's what we had liaised with the department about. Is it's in your model of care. It's a requirement of child rights and international law that families be not only parts of key decision making, but helping to inform the placement and transfers of any children.
What did the policy used to say? Best endeavours to actually contact family.
Sorry, I don't want to I don't have that in front of me. I think it might need to be something on note. It's probably best directed to Department of Corrections.
I mean, there's incredibly distressing media reporting about a young child that's gone missing today, and obviously the family distress about a child going missing. You don't know where they are, but the thought that the government could be taking your kids and disappearing them off to detention without telling you, from a child's right perspective, you know, what does that say to you from a child's rights perspective? If the government's changed its policy and is willing to take kids from country and families without telling them, and in this case whisk them 1,500 k's away and whack them in jail without telling them, what does that say from a child's rights perspective?
That is all evident in our report. So as a Children's Commissioner, my Act can only make findings and recommendations, and in this case to provide advice to the relevant minister and head of department, and that's what we did. So our report had said best practice requires this, that families should be not just informed after the fact, but be part of discussions regarding what should happen to the young person. Including that the family would have crucial information around health needs of that young person, cultural needs of that young person, whether or not they've got a favourite toy or maybe it's a comfort blanket. These things that could help regulate a young person that the department would have no understanding about. So for us, we had set that out in our report with recommendations that they revert back to the original policy, was to ensure families were part of key decision making.
And Commissioner, in no ways am I ever suggesting any of this is, as a result of your work. The work you're doing trying to push for children's rights has been incredibly important in the space. But what has the government done in response to your report?
Well, it is published in the report. We included the written response from the department, which was to not accept any of the recommendations. All of our recommendations were evidence-based, based on best practice, including in this case that families be not only informed after the fact, but be part of discussions and included in decision-making agreements regarding the care and wellbeing of the child, including decisions around transfers.
You see, if you look at what the NT government is doing, shutting down a facility that was actually designed to be more responsive to children's needs on country with education and health and assessment, shutting that down at significant cost, putting in place policies where they don't even make efforts to communicate with families before they whisk kids away into secret detention, reducing the age of criminal responsibility, this series of attacks against First Nations rights, ignoring all the evidence. Surely this is the moment, isn't it, for the Commonwealth government to realise the NT government can't be left to its own devices here, because they're not keeping kids safe, they're actually harming kids. And isn't it the Commonwealth's responsibility to step forward in those circumstances?
I guess that will be the subject of findings.
Well, what could we do? You've got recommendations. You say minimum standards for youth detention, some rights for children that they can access.
Yes.
Do you want to talk us through that?
Sure. So probably the easiest one to start with is, again, our Act is very much that we have to promote an understanding and informed discussion about children's rights. So this is around the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, which Australia ratified back in 1990. And in line with their commitments, Australia is required to undertake all legislative, administrative and other measures for the implementation of child rights. So what we're asking for is to effectively bring the convention into domestic law in Australia. And I know Scotland had recently done that, which also brought in standards, and that would regulate and bind state and territory governments here in the Northern Territory to act consistent with those child rights. And
being disappeared in the night without your parents being told to a detention centre 1,500 kilometres from your home without any consideration of your personal circumstances, can we say that would be in breach of the convention?
Oh, well, yes. For me, again, the convention as well as international law, bringing in the Beijing principles, the Havana rules and the like, there needs to be a child rights focused piece of legislation here in Australia that binds states and territories, and as you know, with the Constitution, the Northern Territory would be required to act consistent with Commonwealth law. So for me, that would be an easy fix here, is bring the convention into domestic law and ensure it's enforceable in Australia. And
80% of the NT's budget is provided by the Commonwealth. Can you tell me, some of that money has been spent on spithoods to put on kids and other, of those really aggressive rights breaching policies. Apart from spithoods, what's actually happening inside detention centres that's impacting on kids' rights?
Gee, there's quite a few issues at the moment. My staff were just recently at the detention centre on Friday, and all children were confined to their cells. So there was lockdowns occurring across the whole centre, and I believe that was due to staffing issues. So a lot of the children were quite distressed because they'd been locked in their cells for hours. This, of course, like I said, they're all children going through substantial changes developmentally, emotionally, and physically, and those children had been out of their room for hours. So that's one significant concern. There's a raft of different separation, isolation practices that can occur within these centres.
Well, how long were they locked in? Ms Jackson, were you there?
I wasn't Senator.
Okay, well, how long were they locked in their cells this time?
Again, we don't have the data. The department does not publish or share data regarding the time children are confined to their cells, or out of cell time, I should say.
Yeah.
And that's an issue that we've been looking into in terms of separation isolation.
And are the kids in isolation when they're locked into their cells? Are they in single cells or?
Yeah, single cell. Well, due to overcrowding, some cells are actually double bunked.
Okay, but locking traumatised kids, they could be as young as 10 or 11 years of age, for hours and hours and hours
Yes.
in isolation in their cell. That's a form of torture, isn't it, for those kids?
Well, that's what we say. Yes.
And that's happening in the NT now.
Yes.
What about health services, education services, connections to country? What's happening there in Holtz?
There's been substantial change. So originally, going back maybe 2 years ago, we had Aboriginal community-controlled health services providing primary health care and allied health care within the facilities. That's ceased. So Dinaldilba withdrew from the Holtz Centre some time ago, and now Department of Health are responsible for health care in the centre. It was something that I've been talking about with my staff about getting a briefing from Department of Health about the nature of the health service out there and the quality of care. Because as I heard evidence from Dr Stuart Kinner and some of the outshows in Western Australia, children deserve to have health care that's the equivalent to that in the community, and I've got concerns that they're not getting it.
Yeah. I'll hand over the chair in 1 sec. But it seems to me that the NT government, in its so-called child protection system and its youth justice system, is spending hundreds of millions of dollars of largely Commonwealth money actively harming kids, actively harming families. And in fact, the government these government programs and systems seem to be doing the direct opposite of youth justice or child protection. They seem to be causing child harm and youth injustice. If we redirected a proportion of that funding to Aboriginal controlled organisations on the ground, do you think there's capacity to deliver that? To deliver services on the ground? Do we have
Of course. And I think I looked up the report on government services about the expenditure, but it's $3,634 a day for a child in Northern Territory detention. So imagine if we gave that, and on average is around 47 children. Sometimes I've seen above 60 and sometimes above 70
Imagine
per
if
day.
you just gave that family 24 grand, like that's a week in detention. You give the family $24,000 to buy food, get some secure accommodation. That could be revolutionary for that family.
Yes, of course. And that report that we handed up before and Helpway earlier spells that all out. Like, these children don't just wake up one day and say they're going to wreck some stuff. There's been things happen in their young lives that push them along a certain trajectory. So as I said, if we're investing more in families and communities, investing more in schools, social workers, counsellors, cultural advisors, mentors, we'd probably have a better chance in stopping these kids from escalating into harder crime, or into the adult system.
And that would produce community safety.
And that contributes to it. There's evidence about this. This is, to me, it's mind-boggling that we don't rely on the evidence.
Fantastic. Thank you. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Chair. Ms Musk, in your opening statement, I just want to go back to one of the points that you made, and to pick up on a point that Senator Shoebridge just made, that the current approach of the Northern Territory government, particularly in its youth justice system, in your opinion, is basically seeking to undermine the intent of the national agreement.
Sorry,
Closing the gap. Is seeking to undermine the current intent of the Closing the Gap agreement that the federal government have with the Northern Territory government based on their approach currently to youth justice? Is that, I mean, that's what I got from your opening statement, but
I
rather
believe
not
that's
verbal
what the
youth.
That's what the Productivity Commission found in their recent review of state and territories' progress in terms of the reforms and the targets. I think we were going back, was it 8 out of the 17 targets? Youth detention's one of them, adult incarceration's another, education's another in terms of educational attainment, and we're going backwards here in the Territory, whereas some other states and territories are making leaps and bounds progress in the other direction. We're going backwards. So we are regressing, and the evidence is already been there.
So the current policy approach of this government, and I take the point that Senator Shoebridge made, but this is in the domain of the Northern Territory government, the youth justice approach, risks basically, and that disproportionate impact for First Nations children, as you've pointed out to us, risks entrenching Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander kids here in the Territory. What does that look like in the next 5 years?
I think there's, again, if you went to the report on government, so even in the court, like I look at court data, I look at police data, you're seeing more and more people, and largely Aboriginal people, who are ending up in the tertiary end of the system. So there's a graph that shows the imprisonment rate here in the Northern Territory over the last 10 years, and it looks like that, skyrocketing. And that's why we're building more and more prisons. We're decommissioning a specialised, recently renovated youth facility to create more space for adult women. So decommissioning drug and alcohol programs, residential services to create more space for incarcerating people. So the data or evidence all speaks for itself. Is you do this, we're increasing the number who are going to not just end up in custody, but contribute to crime. It's a cycle in itself. It perpetuates itself.
So you create a pipeline, mothers being removed from their families as being the matriarchs of those families.
Yes.
And the consequence of that, the direct consequence in the current policy setting, says we then put at risk the next generation of children, which then become our next youth detention and possibly the next incarcerated generation of adults.
Yes, and the data is around 70 to 80% of women in prison are mothers themselves, so they've got children. And again, the evidence shows that a lot of the children in contact with this, and particularly those in custody, have had an incarcerated parent or parents and other extended families. So it is this intergenerational response perpetuates itself. Yeah.
How many of those, and it's probably my last question, we often talk about children, as sort of the silent victims, and for 2 years I led an inquiry into missing and murdered First Nations women and children in this committee, and in the Territory we know the alarming rates of family and domestic violence. So we're also talking about women who are in survival families that are, entrenched in disadvantage, and quite often we don't see the children as the silent victims in those crimes. What is it that the Northern Territory government can do better in relation to their response? Because you mentioned family violence in this, if this is one of the preventative mechanisms that we can use, and that also the Commonwealth can ensure is in place for protecting children in a better way, and also dealing with the intergenerational trauma.
Yeah, so I'm on an advisory group, there's two actually. One in relation to adolescents who are alleged to have perpetrated intimate partner violence. Then there's the second one around the advocacy and hopefully the development of a model of, well, I shouldn't say model of care, a service model for children who are victim survivors of family violence. And they effectively say the same thing. Like, these children, sadly the data shows, are children who have experienced adversity, who have been harmed, but deserve their own individualised response that's developmentally appropriate, that's culturally secure, that's, again, available when and where they need them. But there's not the adequate pathways, entry points for children. They're always seen as the other party to the mother or the primary victim, as opposed to they're victim survivors in their own right, and they should be seen, not just seen, but responded to and able to get the help that they need. Because many times, and I think the data again speaks for itself in terms of the children ending up in the justice system and or flagged for the child protection system, have been exposed to and or are victims of family violence.
Yep.
And we should be trying to address what's happening in the family unit to strengthen the family in a safe way to deal with the underlying factors, so that child doesn't have to walk the streets at night, won't go to their friend's house who's been a bit of strife, and then on that trajectory. So it's just that, it's like, how do we help the family heal but the child to be safe? So yeah, I think it is an individualised, developmentally and culturally secure model, and there's a lot of ACCOs that deliver that. I know Tang do some great work in Central Australia, and a lot of the women's safe houses are really attuned to the child and adolescents coming through. So for me, it's that is again, talk to the Aboriginal community organisations, the community leaders who are doing this work on the ground, who often don't have the acknowledgement of the incredible work that they do, but they're the ones that have access, they're the ones who are more likely to engage that child and to help that child.
Excellent, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Fantastic. Thank you. Senator Thorpe, I understand you've got questions.
Yes, thank you for getting to me. I have been online for an hour waiting for my turn, so I appreciate getting the call, Chair. Thanks, Commissioner, for appearing today. I hear your frustration. In fact, I've heard this for 30 years. Same issues that we're seeing perpetrated against governments, against our people and our children. And if we look back at the Bringing Them Home report, it's in fact talked about the genocide and the continued genocidal regime that we're dealing with in this country. And I just wonder, Commissioner, your perspective on this being part of that genocide, just as it was reported in the Bringing Them Home report, given it's an ongoing assault on our children, on our families, and it's maintaining the status quo of the government to ensure the mass incarceration of Aboriginal children, particularly in the Northern Territory, but we see this around the country, Labor government, Liberal government. It's in fact an assault on our babies. So just what's your position on that, given it's a national report?
Thank you, Senator. For me, both the child protection and the youth justice system operates in a way that evidences systemic racism. I think the overrepresentation is a clear indicator of that. And here in the Northern Territory, like the fact 100% of children in custody are Aboriginal children on any given day evidences that. Aboriginal children are more likely to be arrested rather than cautioned. They're more likely to be remanded in custody rather than bailed, and they're more likely to be spending time in custody on length. Like I said, the system operates in a way that targets and really treats Aboriginal children differently. So I don't know if that's the right response, but that's based on the evidence, and that's my assessment that the systemic racism is very rife in the Northern Territory.
Thank you. In terms of the approach and a holistic approach, given the theft of land, the destruction of country, fracking and all of the dodgy deals that get done on country in the Northern Territory, that has a trickle-down effect to families and children. And I wonder if land, law, song, dance, connection is taken into account when you're communicating with the racist Northern Territory government.
In a lot of our work, Senator, we ensure we give credence to the importance of Aboriginal children's connection to family, community and culture. For me, it's not just a nice to have, it's part of a child's well-being, part of their identity, part of their essential, scaffolding for becoming a healthy and adult. So for me, you can't distinguish the child's cultural identity and the importance of their responsibilities to family, community and country from the responses that government mete out. So a lot of our work is around advising about the cultural rights, the importance of elders and family to decision making, but also in terms of supports. Like, children do better when they're connected to their family and community. They do better when they're with Aboriginal people that know them, that they can relate to, that see them for their inherent strengths rather than their weaknesses.
Thank you. And in terms of resources for your position and the work that you're able to do, I know that the new National Commissioner's got something like 24 staff. The National Aboriginal Race Discrimination Commissioner has 4 staff. All these commissioners that have been sprinkled around the country, it seems there's no consistency within the resources. So also given that the Minister for Indigenous Australians federally gives more money to the Northern Territory Police than she does to self-determined community programs, how is your program supported?
So this is almost like a dress rehearsal for budget estimates. Our office, we have around 10 staff. We're one of 2 offices nationally that have a complaints function, so only us in the ACT have a complaints function. My responsibilities include not just advising ministers and others, doing research, data analysis. We get out to community, we speak to community and of course children and young people, and to ensure that we're honouring and elevating their voices in our advocacy and in any of the correspondence or reports that we produce. We also have functions relating to investigations and inquiries. The Royal Commission recommended that we have a staff of at least 20 and that there be a commissioner for Aboriginal children and young people rather than a principal commissioner that has to do everything. And I think for me it's just that is I would prefer to be a commissioner for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children and young people that has a direct focus on the rights and interests of Aboriginal children, their unique needs, their unique experiences, and the importance of cultural connection and their identity being front and centre. So there's that is we should be at least a staff of 20. There should be a commissioner for Aboriginal children and young people, so we can continue to do the work that we do. But we don't have that. Like, we have to make a very considered decision every time an issue comes up, whether or not we've got capacity to do an initiative inquiry. And it's just that is like we just don't have the capacity to be doing more of the meaningful work, which, and I think it is people need to see published reports. They need us to translate not just what we're seeing on the ground and what we're doing in terms of the inside track advocacy, but there needs to be public information out there about what is truly happening to these kids. Is it working? Is it not working? So we can contribute to improved outcomes. So we would love more, and I definitely want a commissioner for Aboriginal and children and young people.
Thank you. And my final question is, we've heard the Minister for Indigenous Australians from the Labor Party, or the government, make mention that she might or she may or that she's thinking about penalising states and territories for not adhering to the Closing the Gap target. Would you support the federal government, which they can do tomorrow? They have the power in this country to change the status quo, They just choose not to. But would you support the Minister for Indigenous Australians penalising the Northern Territory government based on their disgusting racist outcomes for our people, particularly our children?
Yes. Thank you, Senator. Of course, it's both reasonable and necessary that the Commonwealth hold all jurisdictions to account for their responsibilities under the national agreements, including closing the gap. And I'm part of the Aboriginal Leadership Group for Safe and Supported. And for me, it's just that, is there needs to be accountability here. So reporting on not just what you say you're going to do, but the outcomes. There should be reporting of where the money goes and how it's meeting the outcomes, not just outputs, but outcomes. How are we changing the experiences for the better for Aboriginal children and young people? So, yes, there are levers, but again, this is all about jurisdictions fronting up and meeting their own commitments, and there should be published jurisdictional reports around progress.
Thank you, Commissioner. I just want to acknowledge 5-year-old Sharon, who's missing in the Northern Territory right now also.
Thank you, Senator. I hope she's found soon.
One question.
You may have Senator Shoebridge.
You could pick up and read the Justice Policy Partnership that the Commonwealth has entered into with every state and territory, and it all reads really well. It's about reducing the number of kids in detention, it's about reducing overall incarceration, and it's about taking resources onto the ground. And every state and territory is meant to have signed on to that. And the NT's not alone, but the NT is breaching pretty much every element of it. There's a huge amount of Commonwealth effort that goes into these partnerships, but what's missing is some stick. And when states and territories breach it, when you read the Justice Policy Partnership and then you look at what's happening on the ground, what do you see from an NT perspective?
Non-compliance with the essential principles underpinning the partnership. This is the outcome is reduced imprisonment and reduced detention numbers, and we're not seeing that. We're seeing an increase. So we're not there, and whether or not there are tangible actions that sit underneath that. And I know there's not just the national partnership, the Justice Policy Partnership, there's a Northern Territory one, and I think Naja are appearing today, and maybe this question's best directed at Naja, who's the co-chair of that.
Yeah, you see there's dozens and dozens of Commonwealth bureaucrats creating these documents and creating these, putting them in nice fonts and lovely published materials. They look nice, but they have no impact on the ground here because the NT government just thumbs its nose at them. It must be very frustrating from you, from a perspective of here you see the reality and then you look at these glossy brochures presented by the Commonwealth.
Yes. And the thing is, there's a lot of public-facing reports that we produce. There's a lot of, however, in contrast, there's a lot of inside track correspondence where I'm writing to decision makers about what I'm seeing in terms of the data, what I'm seeing in terms of actually going out to the detention centre, talking to the children. It's not just children could be subject to isolation, separation practices or spit hoods. Children are self-harming out there. We've had children being taken to hospital en masse. So I'm really concerned about the health and well-being of children. And like I said, there are 10, 11, 12-year-olds who are in a centre, like a prison out there. And so we're doing harm to children that we're meant to be protecting. So for me, it's not frustration. I'm deeply troubled by how we're harming, again, the most vulnerable children in our community. And where's the accountability on that?
And Commissioner, just again, for myself, I think I speak for the whole committee, enormous respect for the work you do. The fact you're willing to stay in the system to try and humanise it to some extent shows an enormous amount of courage, so thank you.
I'm from here, that's the problem. I'm from here.
Thank you very much, and for answering all of the questions that we've had, and for bringing in all of the additional documentation. It is so incredibly valuable, and I think you pointing out that this is, this is your home, and the advocacy work that you're doing for young people is incredible. So we really appreciate it. And I don't think there was anything that you took on notice, or that was there one?
I think, Senator, we took on notice that we'll provide a copy of the Alice Springs.
Fantastic.
inquiry
If you
to-
could do that, we would be very grateful. But thank you very much for appearing today.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
And we will suspend. So we're now welcoming representatives from the Larrakia Nation Aboriginal Corporation and Mr. Eric Fijo. So thank you very much for taking the time to come and speak to the committee today. Now, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can I please get each of you to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear? And we might start here and move down.
My name is Eric Fijo. I'm a Larrakia elder and I'm an acknowledged custodian of all Larrakia sacred sites under the 1989 Sacred Sites Act.
Thank you.
Michael Rodimer, CEO, Larrakia Nation Aboriginal Corporation.
Victor Williams, the Deputy CEO of Larrakia Nation Aboriginal Corporation.
Fantastic. And do you have an opening statement that you would like to give?
I'd like to read a couple of words. It's really important.
Yes, certainly.
And then I'm quite happy to take any questions, please.
Excellent. Please.
Follow on. That's my niece.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
We're all family. Right?
Please.
First of all, thank you all for making time to come up here on this different decade, same bullshit for me and mine. So thank you all for making time. I would like to note that this piece of work, Chief Minister, she's nowhere to be seen, okay? And her ilk. My name is Eric Fijo. I'm an ex-prison officer at Berrima Jail. I worked at maximum security in Berrima Jail. Darwin is my home, the Northern Territory is my backyard. I know everybody, and if I don't know them, I know people who know them. I did 2 years diploma of teaching in 1985, 1986, but I deferred. I had every intention of going to Wildman Youth Detention Camp because I had other talents in regards to man management. I found myself in Berrima Jail in maximum security. I knew Don Dale personally. I knew the person before him, Paul Nuku. Paul was a gazetted superintendent at the Wildman River Youth Detention Camp, and then Don Dale came along. He was friends with the CLP political party. The turnover rate at Wildman River Camp for the little boys going into the big boys' house was between 8 and 12% at that time. But then Don Dale came along, and along with the Northern Territory government, closed Wildman River down and built the Don Dale Centre next to the Berrima Jail. Paul Nuka and his wife were good family friends. Paul died early because Don Dale Centre came along and they put the kids behind brick walls and barbed wires and took them away from the natural settings. The bright sparks then decided to put the girls in with the boys. Within 9 months, the girls were popping babies out at the Don Dale Centre. They built the new male prison at Howard Springs. They delisted and demolished the original Don Dale Centre. Then they made the Berrima Male Jail the new Don Dale Centre. The turnover rate for youth when they're in detention and when they turn 18, going into the big boy's house now, is 85%, and the retention rate is 88%. At some stage, before or after the Royal Commission into Don Dale, the Northern Territory and Commonwealth governments made the executive decision to give the NT prisons to multinational corporations. This is an industry of misery, no rehabilitation, genocide. Since the new Territory government came into power in 2024, they have trashed every First Nations hard-fought legislations. Example, local decision makings and closing the gap. It wasn't enough that we had the stolen generations, and PM Rod's apology for it. So with this new Chief Minister, her ideology is killing us slowly, or more faster than before, I may add. The same Chief Minister is also the Minister for Police. She imported 200 Pākehā and turned them into a private police force, thugs in uniform. The NT Police motto, to serve and protect. I asked a question, to serve who and protect who? When Howard was PM, with the support of the Australian Labor Party, he called me and mine pedophiles and woman bashers. And when I walked down the streets here in my town, women crossed the road. Howard gazetted all the NT roads. The NT was different because we have the Land Rights Act and the Sacred Sites Act before you had to get a permit. But because Howard's slander against First Nations men, they gazetted all the roads. It brought about all the scum, multinationals and exploration licences to rip our veins out. Now the federal and opposition governments and anti and opposition governments have been compromised by lobbyists. It's a system of imperialism and colonialism, and the mentality of First Nations people in the world being inferior to the white man. This NT government is living in the 18th century. This is ongoing genocide in this colony, and the Chief Minister and our acolytes are in it over their heads. I worked in maximum security. I looked after very bad and dangerous people. Maximum security was the end of the Westminster system, and the maximum security building was called B Block. When they changed Her Majesty's Prison to Dondale Detention Centre, they housed kids as young as 11. And I've just found out this morning from my niece, 10. Boys and girls. I know this because this is my town. I don't know what training these babysitters have or had, but before I became a prison officer, we did 3 months intensive training before we walked through the front gate at Berrima. Because of my relationship with my countrymen, 4 of my grandchildren, 1 girl, 3 boys, were housed in B Block. The babysitters that looked after him never looked after adult male murderers, rapists, and scums of humanity, but brought up their names to terrify my grandchildren. Names like Andrew Aubrey, the most dangerous prisoner in the country, based in the back of B Block, yard number 1, cell number 2. Joan Ridley, the senior doctor in the Northern Territory, Joan Ridley classified Aubrey as the most dangerous prisoner in the country. Daniel Heiss, he was the only person to escape from Berrima Jail and Darwin Hospital, and was the subject to the biggest manhunt in Northern Territory history at the time. These babysitters knew these names, but I knew them personally. I looked after and managed them for 5 years. This colony's history constitutes a form of contemporary colonialism. Colonialism did not just happen back in the distant past. It manifests and continues in various ways. But incarceration has always been a colonial method for domination and subordinating Indigenous peoples. Colonialism is often referred to as settler colonialism because it involves a fine grip of settlers in invading lands and imposing their own sovereignty. The fine grip came to stay, and in the process of stealing our country, they sought to eliminate Indigenous peoples through various ideologies and practices designed to dominate and subordinate them. Domination and subordination of Indigenous peoples are methods of the settler state used to maintain authority. Incarceration is one such method. Understanding the history of Indigenous/state relations reveals the various methods of domination and subordination, and how these methods have been adopted to apply to Indigenous peoples today. Settler colonialism is still ongoing. I'll leave it at that, but I've put on with my statement to use about my history about Larrakia Elder, and about me taking initiative to start a youth diversion camp run by First Nations people using cultural practices about physical, mental and spiritual well-being. So I've added that. And I've added the correspondence to Celia Perkins, the number 2 bureau person in the Civilian Defence Force, and her broken promises to me in writing that she gave me. 3 years ago. Broken promises, like everything else in this country. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not going to have this if you want. Have a good look.
Mr. Ratuma, do you have an opening statement?
Yes, sorry. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today. My name is Mike Rodham, I'm the CEO of Larrakia Nation Aboriginal Corporation, the recognised representative body for the traditional owners of the Greater Darwin region. I'm a Minaga man from Western Arnhem Land near the Coburg Peninsula with strong kinship ties and connections to several Larrakia families. I'm also here before you as the son of a stolen generation survivor, and I carry that history with me in this discussion. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge that we are meeting today on Larrakia country, and I pay my respects to Larrakia elders past, present and emerging, including Uncle Eric Fijo and Victor Williams, my Deputy CEO, with me here today, and also Charlena over there. Larrakia Nation delivers a range of frontline programs working directly with vulnerable people in our community. Some of these include our day and night patrol services, which you may have seen driving around, the kinship program supporting children in child protection, the child and family intensive support program focused on keeping families together, and the Melaruma Pathway program, a 24/5 culturally grounded early intervention model for at-risk young people. Through these services, we see firsthand the realities driving youth justice outcomes. When we talk about legacy, I reflect on my time working with the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Commission, which I joined in 1996, at a time when the Howard government made significant budget cuts to housing and community youth programs. So significant they were cut in half. On reflection, I can see the impact of those decisions today. Governments have not been able to build housing at a rate that keeps up with population growth, particularly in the Northern Territory. The consequences of those policy settings are now playing out in overcrowding, homelessness, and ultimately in our youth justice system. My father always told me never to look back in the rearview mirror, but sometimes we must look back to understand how we got here so that we can respond more effectively to the challenges we face today. I speak from that lived reality where the impacts of the youth justice system are not theoretical. They are visible every day on our streets, in our families and in our futures. For too long, the system has responded to young Aboriginal people with detention rather than support, punishment rather than prevention, and disconnection rather than cultural strengthening. The result is a cycle of incarceration that begins earlier, lasts longer, and impacts not only the individual but entire communities. That leaves a nasty legacy on who we are as humans. In addressing this inquiry, it is critical to recognise that youth incarceration in the Northern Territory cannot be separated from the broader systemic environment in which our young people are growing up. Across remote Northern Territory communities, we are seeing severe and chronic overcrowding, with multiple families of up to 30 living in housing designed for far fewer people. This is a structural driver of youth justice involvement. When young people do not have a safe place to sleep, study, or simply exist, they are pushed into public spaces. This is often when they take out their anger, trauma, and frustrations on society, driven by a lack of love, care, and consistent support. This in turn increases their contact with police and the justice system. At the same time, access to public housing is fundamentally constrained. Waitlists can extend up to 10 years, and even those classified as priority are waiting around 6 years. In practical terms, that means no access at all for young people and families in crisis. Families and young people on welfare cannot afford to live in the private rental market due to the exorbitant rents being asked by private investors. This is reflected in the Northern Territory having homelessness rates around 12 times the national average. These are not just statistics, they represent families and young children who are disengaged, displaced, and disproportionately criminalised, and for circumstances beyond their control. In this context, the over-incarceration of First Nations children is not simply a justice issue, it is a direct consequence of housing failure, service gaps, and a lack of culturally appropriate early intervention. It is also important to acknowledge that Larrakia Nation and Larrakia people are too often blamed for broader issues relating to crime and youth justice in Darwin. This narrative is not only unfair, but it ignores the complex regional, social and systemic factors that contribute to these challenges. We must be honest about the realities facing many of our young people. A significant number are growing up without strong father figures, without stable home environments, and without consistent guidance. At the same time, many of our children are no longer adhering to Aboriginal law, in part because the consequences under colonial law are often perceived as less immediate or less culturally meaningful. If we are to continue proudly recognising Aboriginal Australians as the oldest living culture in the world, then we must find a better balance between traditional law and Western legal systems, one that restores respect, accountability and cultural authority while ensuring the guidance, safety and well-being of our young people. We see these challenges directly through the programs we deliver. Larrakia Nation's kinship program works to identify and support suitable kinship carers for children placed in child protection with the goal of keeping connected to family, culture and country. However, the housing crisis significantly limits outcomes. Many willing family members simply cannot provide a safe home environment due to severe overcrowding. At the same time, our Child and Family Intensive Support Program works proactively with families to build structure, stability and capability by putting in place the building blocks needed to keep families together and prevent medium to low risk children from entering the child protection system in the first place. These programs are making a difference, but they are being constrained by the same underlying issue, lack of safe and stable housing. Larrakia Nation also does not support the criminal age of responsibility being set at 10 years old in the Northern Territory. Children of this age should not be entering the justice system, particularly in circumstances where systemic government failures, intergenerational disadvantage and a lack of appropriate support structures are clearly at play. Sorry, I'll just grab a quick drink. At the same time, we must support families to restore authority in the home. Strong parents and families need to be empowered to set boundaries and guide their children without fear. Without this, we will continue to see young people disengage and enter the justice system. When considering compliance with human rights obligations, including the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, it is difficult to reconcile current outcomes with Australia's commitments. The continued detention of children, many of whom are effectively homeless or without stable support, raises serious questions about whether we are meeting our obligations to act in the best interests of the child and to use detention only as a measure of last resort. The evidence is clear. Jurisdictions that invest in diversion, early intervention and culturally led solutions, like what Cleric has been trying to do, achieve better outcomes. In the Northern Territory, this must include addressing housing as a core component of any youth justice reform. Importantly, increased investment in these areas must be better targeted and aligned with a broader review of the closing gap reforms and targets to ensure funding is delivering measurable long-term outcomes rather than short-term responses. If you look across the Closing a Gap agreement, a consistent and underlying theme is that children must have access to a safe and functional home. Without that foundation, it is extremely difficult, it is not impossible, to achieve outcomes across health, education, safety and well-being. Housing is not just one part of the solution, it underpins every target. From our frontline experience, we know the solution is not just more detention beds or prisons, it is early intervention, culturally grounded support and safe structured pathways for young people. Programs like the Mularuma Youth Program or Pathway Program are designed in direct response to these realities. It is a 24/5 operation providing immediate safety, stability and culturally grounded support to divert young people away from the justice system before they enter it and to reconnect them with family, education and culture. And I'll get Victor to elaborate on that shortly. We need a system that recognises that culture is not an add-on. It is a protective factor. Connection to country, family and identity is central to breaking the cycle. If this inquiry is to deliver meaningful reform, it must move beyond the justice system itself and address the upstream drivers, particularly housing, homelessness and overcrowding that continue fueling the over-incarceration of our children. Larrakia Nation stands ready to be part of that solution. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Now we'll move to questions.
Victor has
Oh,
a
sorry.
short-
You've got...
Oh,
Yeah,
all
just
right,
to elaborate
so-
on the
just to-
Malaruma Youth
so-
Pathway Program.
So just elaborating on the Malaruma Youth Pathway Program, it's our first step into the youth space for the Larrakia Nation. The program itself identifies issues with young people in their local areas. We provide the cultural support around, working with some of our elders, getting out on country, and doing some cultural art activities as well. But we also provide that domestic learnings within that space as well. So, myself, 23 years in corrections as well as Uncle Eric. I worked B block in the old Berrima Jail, but I also was the Director of Youth Detention for the Northern Territory and Superintendent of the Don Dale facility and the Alice Springs facility back in 2003 to 2015. So I understood even then that catchment process for our youth and our kids and the money and resources were directed in the wrong direction. It should have been put at the front end, not the back end of the system. So the things that we're doing with the Malaruma Pathways program is to ensure that, but also our next step is into looking at, young Aboriginal leadership programs through boarding facilities and that sort of stuff. So.
And just to add one last thing to that, it's crisis accommodation attached to it as well.
Fantastic. Thank you. Senator Cox, we might start with you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you all for your evidence. And can I start with Uncle Eric? Thank you in particular for all of your work over many, many years here in Larrakia Nation. You've talked a lot to us about some of the experiences you've seen and the trajectory of those, and the importance of having connection to family, culture, country, and support from respected elders like yourself. If the Commonwealth was to prioritise any of the things that you've seen in your lifetime, what advice would you give to us to prioritise in all of that?
Don't bullshit. Tell the truth. Follow through with it. I've been promised for 6 years I've been trying to do this, Senator, and all I've had was lies, broken promises, like that attachment I sent from Celia Perkins. These people are in really important positions, and they're still our community within the Australian community. And this whole country, we're all still First Nations and Australians living on this continent. So don't talk shit to me. Tell them what, do their job. It's not hard. People go to work, do their job. Don't give broken promises. We know what's happened. We know how broken the system is. I don't believe it's broken. I believe it's man-made myself. Deliberate act. I've just had 6 years with nothing. I've done all this by myself. I founded my own organisation based on the first registered sacred site in the country. It's all there, the information I gave you. Okay? So I have really unique access to my senior military personnel in the country. And I've had to find out the hard way, Senator, between uniform and civilian within the Defence Department. Okay?
Absolutely, thank you, and I want to acknowledge that that's been tabled with the committee, has it?
It's been emailed, yes.
Okay,
So you've got
great, thank you. And I just want to, you've talked a little bit about your cultural camps. Do you want to expand on that for us, if you can?
Look, because my background, I grew up hunter and provider. I walked this whole country with my father and his brothers. I know it inside out, and other tribal groups all around this region. Darwin's the capital city, and everybody comes here. So the bomb dropped here. So, we know everybody. So with that and with my background, I really prefer Mother Nature and bush life. So I see and growing up with large family I have, and large extended family, and growing up and seeing the happiness on kids' faces, and from little toddlers going into bloody puberty and all that, you can see the difference in today's world, it's a terrible world, and it's, in my opinion, deliberately man-made.
Yep.
With all the distractions. So, and even all the sports. Look at this hand, don't look at this hand. You know, so most of our kids, they're not, they don't have talents within the sports system. So they're not giving other opportunities, and they're getting left behind and feeling unwanted. And like Butter said, you know, that of course they get frustrated.
Yep.
And you know, they don't realise what they're doing because, you know, we Aboriginal men, we all have bad chips on their shoulders growing up, you know. So, you know, we're having to learn the hard way, and it's just a no-brainer, you know. Just listen to the people, the grassroots people,
Yep.
you know, that have experience and that, you know, compassion and care about our future. And like myself, and you know, like my background, ex-prison officer and all sportsmen, I played elite sports in the territory. I could have travelled anywhere. I didn't. I've never lived more than 20 miles from where I was born. So, you know, I've got a really good team and committed, but it's really hard to keep them there for 6 years.
Yep.
When we're chasing our tails deliberately. So, you know, all Larrakia country, we got nothing. Larrakia got nothing. And we started this stuff with the Land Rights Act.
Yep.
I marched in the streets when I was little. Your mother marched in the streets when we were little, here, you know. Nothing's changed. 60 years later, nothing's changed. It's got worse. So, you know, I'm not going to die wondering. I'm going to do everything I can. I've got a really, really good crew. I've got a lovely wife. Me and my wife have been together a long time. She's a white lady. She got more culture than most of these city slicker black fellas in town. You know, but I have stability. And it's not hard. I'm not rocket science, or scientist, and it's not. But for some particular reason, we're a commodity now. We're nothing. We're a dollar sign. And that's how these people see us. And your people where you are in the big house down in Canberra. So, you know, Celia Perkins, she's got a job. She's in writing. Look at that stuff. Follow. Don't talk shit. Do your stuff.
Thank you.
It's too important, you know.
Yeah, we will. Sorry to interrupt
Sorry
you.
to go on. It's just, we can talk for hours about this stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, you talked a little bit, Uncle, about, you know, the toughness of life. And there were probably kids that you know, or men that you know now, that could have easily ended up in the justice system. What was different for those kids compared to what we're looking at now around the absolute horrific numbers of our young people across this country, but also here particularly in the Northern Territory? What's different? What does that look like? And what did those young people have back in that time that's different in the system that we don't have now? I know you referred to it as learning the hard way, but what technology?
Social media,
Yep.
number one. Okay? We never had that growing up.
Yep.
We had to go walk around and find our friends. If they were home, they were home. If they wasn't, we had to go and find them. We never made phone call to go and meet anyone.
Yeah.
We never had phones. That's number one. And like I say, all the distractions. And, you know, even now, in my opinion, and a few others my age, and with a lived life experience, you know, we are still a community within a larger Darwin community. So we still know everybody, and we still keep in touch. Unfortunately, it's through sorry business nowadays.
Yep.
You know, we don't catch up with each other as often as we should. And then bringing the kids along and the grandchildren along so people can know who's who in the zoo.
Yep.
It's really important to know your community and where you fit in with that community. Because, you know, my observations, especially in these last 6 years, is that a lot of the kids and a lot of their parents, because their parents are 30 years younger than me, and they don't know where they fit in the system, and particularly about the stolen generation bullshit that this country had. And I'd just like to add, when Kevin Rudd gave the apology, he brought up my mother's name, Nana Fijo. So this is really important to me. And my mother started the Strong Woman, Strong Baby program in the Northern Territory that is still operating. Okay? And them kids that she helped back in the late 80s, early 90s, they have children now. And they're going into jail.
Yep. So it's continuing the cycle. Yeah. Thank you very much for that. Can I just go to Mr. Rodimer and Mr. Williams in the Larrakia Nation. You've got some really important programs, and thank you for appearing today to tell us about your night patrol, Return to Country, and your kinship program, which, you know, from the earlier evidence of the NT Children's Commissioner, and the range of frontline services that you provide. Can you give us a bit of a glimpse in what you're seeing on the ground from these programs, and are young people actually engaging programs that you have, and are there any issues that you would have liked to raise specifically about those?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Obviously, from the nation's perspective, you know, and you heard me speak in my opening statement, housing is integral, right, to closing the gap. In my opinion, it is the centrepiece. From the minute you're born, you go home after that, you know, and so if that household is dysfunctional, then you're met with all sorts of challenges and social challenges thereafter very quickly. And, you know, from a closing the gap perspective around the targets, you're not going to achieve those targets if we don't get ahead of the housing crisis. In terms of what we're seeing, you know, with our day and night patrol services, that's, you know, generally around early intervention of, I guess, antisocial behaviour, you know, so pretty much dealing with people who are a lot older in terms of our patrols. We did have a youth transport function that was no longer then funded by the Northern Territory Government, which has left that program a little bit, I guess, in limbo. However, a very good partner in Anglicare has come forward with some funding to allow the continuation of that transport, to transport our youth from one program back to home safely. So, you know, when you got kids walking around, like I said, late at night with that trauma and anger, or, you know, left to their own devices walking around, of course they're going to get up to mischief. We've all did it as children, you know, and as Uncle Eric said, we grew up a lot harder than the kids today, and there's a lot more distractions and, you know, bullying and everything like that through social media. You know, so I guess the whole reason why we got into the youth space with the Millerima Youth Program, knowing that Uncle Eric had been trying to do some stuff there, and we're hoping to link in with him and how we progress that. But, you know, elaborating on the cultural camps, you know, a lot of the kids that we're seeing, you know, are from community. You know, they're lacking that father figure, they're lacking that cultural connection, you know, and identity back to who they are, you know, and that was quite evident, obviously, with Stolen Generation, you know, who are still trying to find their identity, you know, so that generational trauma is very, very real. You know, fortunately for myself, in my lived experience, my father was taken to Retta Dixon Home here on Larrakia country. My grandmother, she was at Cullen Compound, just on the city outskirts here, where the old Darwin Hospital used to be, you know, so I quite could have been in that system as well, but my father, fortunately, he fought hard to ensure that when I was born I didn't go into that system. Unfortunately, he left school at a very young age, at 14, lived on the streets, you know, tried to get a job, but wanted a better life for myself, and, you know, ensuring I went to school, albeit I didn't like it. And so, you know, living in overcrowding was real also back then, you know. We used to sleep and be kicking each other and whatnot on Croker Island, along with a few of our other cousins, you know, in a 3-bedroom home of our grandmothers, you know. So, you know, it's a passionate area that we want to work in and want to see different, but we know that government needs to invest heavily in the housing space, and that's evident. You need good infrastructure in order to provide good services.
Great, thank you. Have you got any data that you can share with the committee around your current programs and what they're delivering?
I can, and I was going to bring a couple of our annual reports from last year, but I'll take that on notice and provide that.
Yeah, that'd be great. That's good. Thank you. I suppose from my perspective, you've talked a lot about housing and the need for that. If we are talking about community-led justice reinvestment and creating better outcomes for Aboriginal kids. And obviously, government are trying to work on housing at a broader level, and to nearly a decade of neglect, we are nose to the grindstone on that one. But what would be the number one issue that if Larrakia Nation were able to secure funding under Justice Reinvestment, you would focus on?
It's an interesting one because the former Attorney General, Mark Dreyfus, was here a few years back and talking and spruiking the Youth Justice Reinvestment Program. I wouldn't say sadly, but I did shoot the program down in the sense that the 90 million that was allocated for it nationally was not enough. We need that 90 million and some just for the Northern Territory alone, due to the current crisis of our over-incarcerated number of kids, which was around 100% Indigenous children, in detention, let alone, in the big house and the big prisons, which
About 85%.
85% there. So, again, culturally led cultural camps and stuff like that Uncle Eric is suggesting, we strongly support and highly recommend. Victor's had some ideas around, and I think Charlene talked about the high fences and razor wire and everything like that. Victor talked about having another option to that. So Victor, you want to just elaborate on that?
Sorry to
Reforms.
Yes, no, well, yeah, I'll fix it.
It comes from the corrections background,
Yeah.
and so he saw that firsthand. And so his idea around this of what Charlene was talking about is quite opposite in a sense.
So, yeah, obviously in my time with youth detention, but even before that I managed the training unit for corrections. So I was also training not only the prison officers but community correction officers and youth justice officers as well. So, seeing all that and what was going on in those spaces and understanding the revolving doors and the recidivism rates that was coming in and out of our systems, it was failing because of that recidivism rate. And sometimes, they could juggle the figures because they didn't commit the same crime to come in, so therefore it wasn't, a revolving door for those guys, but, the same kids were coming in and out all the time. So, when I looked at it when I was Director of Youth Detention, I said, well, we need to change this and we need to look at, how we can get these kids in and provide them some real outcomes in that space. Because, the thing is that they were probably getting over-serviced in the centre, and they probably still are now, but because that's that catchment area. So as soon as they're in that area, the guys that don't get to see them on the outside, all the services, they're bombarding them. And the kids are getting more frustrated. So, instead of making it that sort of system, make it, turn it into a sort of a reform school system and take down those high fences. Still have that structure in there around, this is why you're here, but given that opportunity to really get some education under their belt, we talk about our Aboriginal kids, and not only Aboriginal kids, all kids, and the opportunities they get, the different keys they get through their educational journey to open different doors. What we're seeing with a lot of our Aboriginal kids, they're not getting a lot of opportunity to get different keys. The more keys you obviously accumulate to open more doors, to give you more opportunity in your future, we're not getting them. And especially these kids that are sitting, in our youth detention centres, and the guys that are in our, the criminal justice system. We need to provide better outcomes for those guys, because the reality is we're not going to change overnight. So we've got to look at ways how to make it better for them, and then for our future, obviously, reducing those rates.
If I could just add, sorry, Chair, Senator, one of the points there Victor just mentioned around like a reform school as such, and I did speak at the Royal Commission into Disabilities and Violence and all that a few years ago. And one of the points I talked about there is, particularly in that disability space, is where, as a country, we're great at identifying the talent, right? The next sports star, the next actor, actress, etc. But we're not good at picking up children with disabilities early enough, particularly once they start entering school. And so, you know, Victor is, you know, messing up, you know, in class in the morning. He gets put in the corner. He gets put in the corner.
Taking us to a boardroom.
Yes. He gets put in the corner, you know, and then, you know, that happens multiple times during the week, the month, the year, and so forth. You know, and eventually starting to get left behind in terms of education. You know, you go up through the grades, you're getting left further and further behind the other kids, but we still haven't picked up that Victor might have a hearing disability or some other type of learning disability, you know, and we're classing him as just a naughty kid, okay? Then they get so disenchanted because they're getting teased by other kids, non-Indigenous kids, bordering racism, you know, and so you then leave school, and what do? You go and hang out with the other kids who have left school, and you start getting up to no good, and that cycle continues. You know, so I think when you're looking around investment as well, it's around that early identification of kids in the system and trying to pick up that they must have a learning disability as well. They're not just a naughty kid.
Yep. So you're talking about the just to clarify, the education system versus the justice system?
Yes.
Yep, sorry.
But there's a tie in there, yeah.
Yes, yep, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Jen. I note the time, so I'll
Yeah,
try and be tight.
Sorry for...
No, that's okay, sorry.
Victor, you've been inside the system, right? You've actually watched kids get processed through the brick walls, the barbed wire, the isolation. What does that do to young people?
It's demoralising, you know, especially, you know, Uncle Eric said about B Block and the high security unit. You know, when I took over at, well, I didn't actually take over at Dondale. My commissioner told me at the time, go there for 2 weeks while we complete the recruitment process, and then you can go back to the training unit. So I said yes, and then that turned into 6 weeks, and then that turned into a year, then 2 years. But it's demoralising, you know, because I worked in the adult system when that Dondale, the new Dondale, was an adult system and that high security unit, and those kids, you know, even if they didn't feel it, I felt it, you know, having to place those kids into those cells where hardened criminals used to, you know, reside. So, you know, it's demoralising, and yeah, the effects will probably, you know, take them well into their future.
And $25,000 a week, that's what that's costing to do that kind of damage to kids. 20 grand of that is paid for by the Commonwealth government.
To private enterprise, multinational scum.
Now, Uncle, if you got 20 grand a week from the Commonwealth to look after kids that have been in trouble, what would you be doing with them?
Yoo-hoo, party time!
What would you be doing, seriously? Like, you know, 20 grand a week. Imagine you had 5 kids.
I'd be investing in our youth are our future. My worst enemy's children, I will help them, Senator. Our youth are our future. And my worst enemy's children need all the help they can get. You know?
And what are we talking about? No, we're not talking about barbed wire and putting them, locking them into rooms by themselves. What are we talking about?
It never had barbed wire, it just had fence. It had a 6-foot fence, and it had buildings there.
And what would you do? What would you do, Uncle?
How long you got?
No, we've got a bit of time, so go.
Okay. Well, like I did, but like I sent that email to the other stuff to this. You know, we sat down. I didn't know the difference between a program and a project. So 6 years ago. So when we sat down at the Minister of Blackfellas' office here, Barbara McCarthy's office, so we sat down there, and she gave us help at the time because I knew Nova. So I had ex-prison officers, current prison officers. I had really, really good motivators from Aussie Rules Rugby League Boxing, really good motivators, really good community people, long-term Territorians, and we sat down. Took us 14 months to put a 5-week program together. 14 months. We never got paid a cent for this, okay? And yet we did it because we all cared. There's still people that have cared. We've lost a few. So what we will do, we'll get the kids, we'll work with the prisons, we'll work with the police. This is what we said in the 5-week program. We'll work with the prisons, we'll work with the courts, and we can get a certain number of them, because we can't take the lot, it's beyond us. So we can get a certain number of them, and we'll give them an alternative on showing them something that they've always been crying out for, and their parents been crying out for. And when we do it, in that 5-week program, one weekend in that 5-week program, we have a family day. So we have to involve the family, okay? And it'll be all about all different, there's all forms of bushcraft and hunting and you know, all different trees and vegetation and all the stuff that they can learn. And especially is about talking, face to face, not on the telephone. Talking, communicating. Number one, really important, is communicating with human beings, not with this.
Yeah. And you were talking about a 5-week program. You know, that would come at a fraction of the cost of keeping a
Grain
young
of sand
person.
on a big beach, Senator.
Yeah. And you've been trying to get this up for 6 years.
6 years. Senator for Blackfellas, Barbara McCarthy, knows this. We had a meeting with her, me and my board. I've got this. 3 of my original board members from 6 years ago. We did the constitution based on the first registered site in the country, a men's ceremony ground, where Larrakia Barracks is. I'm an acknowledged custodian there. So one of the principles for that site centre was to teach young men, not necessarily Larrakia, how to behave appropriately in society.
And just because we've got a short amount of time, what you're proving, Uncle, is the solutions are there, the community's ready to do it. You just need a fair partner, and if the NT government's not going to be the partner, let's make the Commonwealth the partner, huh?
All my life it's been about walking together
Yep.
with the non-Indigenous white people. Like I said, my wife is white. She got more culture than most of these city slicker punks in town, all right? But walking together is so important. So, you know, and seriously committed to hold hands together through thick and thin. So, you know, when we did our cost and for everything, and I had to do everything from ground up, for the buildings, for the TIM, and you know the roster, having a 24-hour roster, 8 to 4, 4 to midnight to 8. You know, having 2 people on at all times to cover each other's asses. So you know you've got witnesses and all that. Having journal or whatever the new bloody iPad or whatever they call them nowadays, but everything being documented, so we're always covering our ass and looking after it and keeping the records for that, because we know we'll have turnover with all this stuff. So, you know.
Yeah. And just quickly, last time I was up in Darwin, you took me out and showed me the Ranger program, and I saw the pride people were taking in protecting country and rehabilitating country. Can you just give us, because we're running short of time, a super short summary of that project?
Yeah, obviously it's funded through the ILFC, our Ranger program. It started off as a traineeship program. We've just recruited recently for a couple of more. But in linking with the Mellaruma Pathway program, so when we're thinking about caring for country, you know, it's participating in bird surveys, megafauna surveys, biodiversity.
Turtles, dolphins.
You know, so great opportunity to grow our youth, get them in that space, to care for country, and, you know, provide a pathway opportunity to, whether it's in parks and wildlife or so forth, for further job security. But our,
Junior Rangers.
The junior rangers, yes. And so we had participants from the Mellaruma Pathway program, the youth there that attend that facility, go out for a day with our rangers to do some fishing on country, you know. But as Uncle Eric was sort of saying, it's around respect, you know, getting self-respect to be able to respect others as well. And part of that is that cultural connection and identity.
Yeah.
What we're doing tomorrow with the Rangers.
Yeah. Anyhow,
Heritage survey.
Yeah, heritage survey,
surveys.
sorry, yes,
Yeah.
cultural heritage surveys.
So
Yes,
that-
sorry.
yeah, you could see how much connection that gave and value that gave in people's work, and thanks for that great project.
One of the best jobs in the world you could have.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to Eric, Fijo and the Larrakia Nation for appearing today. I hear your frustration and there's a lot of work to be done and a lot of support that is needed. So my first question is, you've got the federal Indigenous minister on your country. You also have the federal member of Lingiari on your country, who is also the chair of the Joint Standing Committee of Northern Australia. Can you tell me what those two government senior ministers do to address the over-incarceration of our children?
Who are you asking?
You want to have a crack at that one first?
I can start. Thank you, Senator. I really don't know what they're doing. I mentioned before, myself and my board, we went and approached Senator McCarthy's office in October last year, asking for a letter of support. We got one from Nation, we got one from the Nunadilba, we got one from all the other black organisations in Larrakia country, and we never got one for the Senator for Blackfellas. And since October, we haven't heard boo from her. Not one answer, not one reply. I don't know. I know Scrimmajaw, her brother was a really good mate of mine, and her father was my uncle. And I'd just like to add, she was the CEO at Northern Land Council. And I don't know what they're doing. As far as I heard, they're doing fundraisers down in Sydney for themselves.
Thank you.
From a nation's perspective, a Larrakia nation's perspective, Senator Thorpe, I'm not exactly sure, what they're doing in that space. I haven't had a lot of involvement or discussions with them around this particular matter. I have other stuff that I've spoken to them about that are important to Larrakia, but obviously this is a really important one because a lot of this stuff does happen on Larrakia country. So, I had spoken to the federal member for Solomon, Mr. Luke Gosling, at some time back when the former Attorney General, the Honourable Mark Dreyfus, was here speaking the Youth Justice Reinvestment Program. And so, when I said that government hadn't got its priorities right around the actual investment by spending $360 billion on submarines, and when we need that money and housing to try and address some of this youth justice issues to work side by side.
Thank you. Yes, it seems the priorities, we're on the bottom rung of the priority list, that's for sure. My next question is, I see that not one Northern Territory department is appearing as part of this inquiry. What's your response to that, and how do you think we're going to address systemic racism if the racists don't turn up?
Yeah, go for it, Uncle. Boys.
Thank you, Senator. Like I just said before, all my life we've been reaching out to hold hands with each other. I learnt this from my mother, and my mother was in the stolen generation at Croke Island. We have to make peace, but it has to be reciprocated in a fair and good and honest manner, and that has not been happening. I'd like to say this other stuff about this country here too, and about federal funding and the 1 grain of sand on the beach that they're giving each state and territory. Well, I agree with the other stuff. They're giving other nations and multinationals our natural resources tax-free. That could be used to help all First Nations and the rest of the country. It's not rocket science. You might get elected to represent your constituents. And lobbyists have more access into your rooms and to your lives than what your constituents have. Who do you represent? I'm saying in general. but in particular these two representatives, supposed to be my countrymen, Barbara and Maid Marion. Been a really, really disappointment. I know them too from kids and their parents. Thank you, madam.
Senator Thorpe, just to add on there, yeah, obviously really disappointing not to see the Northern Territory government represented here at the inquiry. Having worked for the Commonwealth for 18 years myself, knowing that the Commonwealth, the revenue from or through the Territory from the Commonwealth is around 70 to 80%. You know, so that, and Charlena touched on it when she spoke around the accountability side of it, you know, and we've got this wonderful thing called the Closing the Gap Agreement, you know, that every state and territory has signed up to, you know, so when we look for accountability and the data is telling us we're going backwards, that means we've got to do something differently, you know, and if we're not getting buy-in from our territory counterparts, then we've got to look at how we fund it differently.
It's a bloody disgrace the NT government is not here, and if they at all were proud of their work, they'd turn up and defend it, and they're obviously not.
Excuse me, sorry, I'd just like to add, because this stuff getting videoed and bloody broadcast, so, you know, they got their acolytes listening. You know, so it is a disgrace. But knowing this, well, Senator Shoebridge, unfortunately you couldn't expect anything less from them. You know, they so transparent with what their actions and what they do. This has been my life, all my life, from this political party, the CLP political party. Okay, from Everingham, from when we broke away from South Australia. We were the Northern Territory of South Australia. We broke away, and we've had Everingham and the ideology from that. And all we are, that wasn't enough. We had the stolen generation. They wanted to breed us out and get rid of us, because as First Nations, we don't have throwbacks. Okay? So now they're doing it their own way. So this is genocide from this government.
Thank you. Over, say, the last 50 years, there's been royal commissions, there's been reports, there's been solutions from the grassroots perspective, self-determined grassroots solutions from the people, for the people. We've had all the experts over 50 years. And I'm sorry not to ask you questions about what's working well, because we can go back to the many reports over the 50 years that tells us what worked, how to do it, where to do it, why it worked. And sometimes these inquiries are another diversion to seeing any action. So given the Labor government federally has all the power and that can change the status quo tomorrow if they chose, they don't even need to agree to any recommendation from this inquiry. They can look at it and say, oh, that's too hard. We don't want to upset the Northern Territory government, and we don't want to be seen to be doing too much for the blackfellas because we gave them the referendum. So what is the most serious, I suppose, priority besides stop killing our people and locking our children up and torturing them? If there was one recommendation that come out of this, what would that be for the government to take action on?
Thank you, Senator. The Howard government done it in the past. How serious this matter is. When he called me and my pedophiles and woman bashers, they did the intervention in the Northern Territory. I think the federal government, because they had a landslide win, Labor government, they got the whole power for the next number of years. If their heart was really into it, they would do an intervention with this racist, bigoted government, and intervene with what's going on because of the dire circumstances for our youth. The youth are our future. There's no future without them. That would be my strongest recommendation out of this inquiry, for the federal government to intervene and override this territory government. They've got the power under the bastard laws of this country. They can do it if they choose. And it says it all for them of not being here. She's instructed them not to come. The federal government, with the overwhelming majority, can tomorrow flick their fingers and do an intervention. There's dire genocide going on here. I don't know how, but if they had the guts and had the heart to do it, they could do it. That's my strongest recommendation, how, to address this issue. They're not listening on me, and I must say this too, so you understand from my perspective. Of course I'm upset, of course I'm angry, because I've spent 6 years and most of my life fighting this. But this last 6 years I've just been chasing my tails, and I've just been treated like a piece of worthless chief minister. I've been treated like that. And that's why I'm talking how I am. And I'm trying to be very disciplined so you can understand. And understand important from the knowledge and lived life experience that I have. That's my strongest recommendation. Federal government do an intervention into this government for the future of our First Nations youth in the territory.
Senator Thorpe, just to go on that from Larrakia Nation's perspective, I guess, and I touched on it earlier about, the Closing the Gap agreement. We've got reforms in place around the transfer of programs and services to Aboriginal community-controlled organisations. That's not happening quick enough in order to get the outcomes. I've also got concerns around funding that goes through either states or territories where that funding, a portion of that funding is taken for administration, as an administration fee by either the state and territory government. That reduces the funding available on the ground to get the outcomes that we desire. When we're talking about taking 30% out of a national partnership agreement, out of, 2 billion, it doesn't look like a lot, but it has a significant impact. That money is not on the ground.
Thank you. I'm just conscious of time, and we are running. I think we could all sit here all day to try and come up with solutions for this, but we're very grateful for you to come and give evidence to the committee today, and we really appreciate the thought that's gone into the evidence that you've given. So thank you. We will now suspend.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Representatives from the Northern Territory Council of Social Service, the Association of Alcohol and Other Drug Agencies, NT, and NT Mental Health Coalition. Thank you all for coming in to speak to the committee today, and I do apologise that we are running behind schedule. Now, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can I get you each to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear? And we might start with you, Ms Sivers, first, and we'll work down the table.
Yeah, hi. Sally Sievers. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Northern Territory Council of Social Service.
I'm Jeff Radford. I'm the CEO of the Northern Territory Mental Health Coalition.
And I'm Stephanie Holmes, Executive Officer for Ardent, which is the peak body for drug and alcohol.
And I'm Jenny Somerville, Capacity Building Coordinator for Ardent, also the peak body for drug and alcohol.
Fantastic, thank you. Now, do you have opening statements, all of you?
Yep.
If I could just ask you to keep them brief so that we've got enough time to be able to ask you questions, that would be amazing. Thank you. Please.
Yeah, so Sally Sievers, I'm NTCOS. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today on the lands of the Larrakia. And I pay my respect to Elders past and present. The Northern Territory Council of Social Services is the peak body for NT community social services sector, and the community sector is made up of community managed, non-government, not-for-profit organisations which work across community service delivery, sector development and advocacy. We currently have about 120 or so members, including peaks like my peers here, Aboriginal community-controlled organisations such as Larrakia Nation and a number of the other organisations that are giving evidence, large charities, small grassroots organisation and individual members. And in the past, when we wrote these submissions, we had a fair bit to do with the youth and the youth justice space, less so now. We only have one project officer in-house who works in the youth space, and that's a Youth Voice program which looks at raising the voices of young people between 12 to 25 and making sure that they have an opportunity to engage in policies. We were part of a disbanded Youth Justice Advisory Committee which was disbanded in February 2025. The type of things that I want to speak to you about today on behalf of my members and also the Northern Territory community are about the things that work, the things that we want to see more of, and the things that will keep Northern Territory children out of contact with the child protection system and the child justice system. And so I want to talk to you about the things that we do and our members do in the prevention, early intervention and the diversion space. And so social and community sector services provide a wide range of services and supports, including children and family services, domestic, family and sexual violence services, about 34 members in that space, disability services, and as Michael spoke of, Michael Rodimer, housing and also homelessness. And I'll let my friends here talk about alcohol and other drug services and mental health. What we are asking for is the prioritising and the expanding of these prevention, early intervention and diversionary responses. And particularly, as you've heard in the Northern Territory, they need to be culturally safe and trauma responsive and include all of those social determinants of health around education, health, poverty and more. These services need to be adequately funded, and we also need a workforce strategy developed to ensure that we can recruit and retain high quality staff to these services. We need comprehensive community-based, culturally appropriate, intensive family support services, and these must be universally available across urban, regional and remote communities. And as you've heard, when we're working working with Aboriginal people in Aboriginal communities, they need to plan, Aboriginal people need to plan those services, design them and implement those. So the type of phrase that our members talk to us is grassroots programs run by grassroots organisations. And so The thing and the gap that we wanted to talk to you about today is one that I've heard other people give evidence of this morning and is a crucial missing piece in the Northern Territory at the moment, and that's around evidence-based screening, assessment and early support, which are crucial in identifying children who experience disability, including neurodevelopmental and cognitive difference within the community prior to their contact with the child protection system and the child justice system. We need those to be appropriately resourced so that they can support children and their families to understand and manage these conditions in the community setting, and thereby reduce the likelihood of them coming into contact with either child protection or the youth justice system. And maybe as you've heard this morning, we do have a model in the Northern Territory that has worked successfully since 2016, and that's the model run out of Congress in Central Australia. So the Central Aboriginal Congress Child and Youth Assessment Team, CWAT. But that only runs in Central Australia. It provides culturally safe, multidisciplinary assessments for neurodevelopment conditions like FASD, autism and ADHD, but it's not available anywhere but in the centre. So the Barkly, Catherine and the top end all miss out. It could be ideally placed in Danila-Dilba, the health service which serves the greater Darwin region, and it could prioritise the early identification, comprehensive assessment and streamlining of pathways into NDIS or whatever they replace it with, Thriving Kids or foundational supports. You'll hear probably from Naja, and maybe you heard from the Children's Commissioner, that children are sitting in remand in our youth justice services waiting for those reports. So the other thing that we talked to you about is just how many great community-led grassroots programs there are in the Northern Territory. But one of the things I want to say, and the time just to keep things brief, is we don't just need programs. We need to sell to the community and change the narrative around tough on crime. We need the community to know about those programs, and we need a social licence to move away from detention as a first resort to detention as a last resort and building up these community resources. And so we did at NTCOS, we were involved in a social media campaign called Smarter Justice Campaign for a Safer Community, which actually arose out of the Aboriginal Justice Agreement, which was negotiated in the Northern Territory. And it was all about reducing adult incarceration, but this particular program quickly identified that we needed to address the root causes of crime, and those were in youth and children's services. And I encourage you, and my particular favourite is to have a look at the Instagram handle and look at the short vinaigrettes, the stories that get told of young people. And there's a story of Barry, who's a young person with a Don Dale experience, supported by Auntie's Place, who I know you'll hear from later on, who is then working in a construction firm, and you'll hear from him as his employer and how crucial that is. But unless we tell the public that there are alternatives to detention, we're not going to change the narrative. We haven't got a chance. And so really encouraging you to have a look at it. Actually, all the programs that I would promote to you today, Brother to Another, Darren Derry, Children and Families Centre, Aranda Boxing, the Groot Island Alternative to Custody, the bike program out of Central Australia, Bushmop, they're all featured in short videos, and they're the things that we want more of. They're the things that work in the Northern Territory, and that's the message that I'd like to leave you with, is we need more of those things that work, and we need to tell the community that those things work and that they are the alternative. They're the things that will keep our children and our community thriving. So thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. Mr Radford.
Thank you. I'm Jeff Radford, the CEO of the NT Mental Health Coalition, the peak body for community managed mental health services here in the NT. Our members are on the ground every day working with young people and their families this inquiry is concerned with. I appear today to put their experience and the evidence behind it directly before you. The The young people in detention in the NT are not who public debate suggests. The NT Office of the Children's Commissioner, who you heard from this morning, has documented the profile of children in detention with precision. These young people are 16 times more likely to have ADHD, 13 times more likely to have communication difficulties, 18 times more likely to have fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, 16 times more likely to have a learning disability. These are children with profound, largely unmet neurodevelopmental and mental health needs. They're not children who need a boot camp, they need diagnosis, they need therapeutic support, they need care plans developed with their families, implemented consistently across every system. And yet, as you've heard, there's currently no dedicated neurodevelopmental assessment service here in the top end. Court-ordered psychological assessments, the only pathway for many of these children to obtain a diagnosis and treatment, including NDIS support, often take more than 12 months to be completed. The Australian Institute of Criminology found that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander prisoners with cognitive impairment are almost 3 times more likely to reoffend than those without. We're incarcerating children with unidentified cognitive impairment, providing no assessment and no treatment, and then expressing surprise when they return. Before a young person reaches the justice system, they've typically already had contact with education, health, disability, even child protection services. Information about their needs exists. Plans must have been written. That information is effectively lost the moment they arrive in the justice system. A young person is presenting as their whole self. The system processes only the offence. The question of what is driving that behaviour, what the system's missed, and what the system itself is perpetuating is rarely asked. Since August 2024, the NT government has lowered the age of criminal responsibility to 10, removed the principle of detention as a last resort, tightened bail conditions and defunded programs. Youth detention numbers in the NT have more than doubled since these changes, and 75% of those detained are on remand, not sentenced. The NT government receives 71% of its revenue from the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth is, in effect, funding these outcomes. We've been here before, and taxpayers paid $54 million to be told what we already knew. The Royal Commission into the Protection and Detention of Children in the Northern Territory made 227 recommendations. Hundreds of millions have been committed to implementation. Much of the progress made over the past 10 years has been defunded or decommissioned. The NT has among the highest rates of psychological distress and suicide in Australia, with entire communities having no access to psychosocial or social and emotional wellbeing services at all. A national analysis commissioned by health ministers in 2024 found some 493,000 Australians need psychosocial supports outside of the NDIS and are not receiving them. Our own analysis puts approximately 8,140 Territorians in that gap. Without these supports, people deteriorate. They present at emergency departments, and they and their children end up in the justice system. Commonwealth and state and territory governments are currently negotiating foundational supports to address this gap. Moving kids away from the NDIS onto Thriving Kids may widen this gap without clear points of intervention and referral that holistically address the complex intersectionality that leads to the assessment and referral in the first place. These are not isolated problems. Psychological distress intersects with domestic and family violence, with alcohol and other drug use, with food insecurity, with housing instability. A siloed service response where justice handles justice and health handles health will never be adequate. The social emotional wellbeing model, which treats the whole person in their community context, is what the evidence supports, what communities are asking for, and what our member organisations are delivering. Services that are co-designed, community-controlled, but need sustained long-term funding to work across these intersecting issues simultaneously. Our sector's ready. We need the investment to match the need. I'm asking this committee to recommend 5 things. Firstly, these children are not threats. They're children with profound unmet needs, failed by every system that was supposed to reach them first. Political and media framing that says otherwise makes evidence-based reform harder and punitive politics easier. The Commonwealth should invest in changing that narrative. It is one of the highest leverage, lower cost interventions available and would make it harder to keep using vulnerable children as political footballs. 2, that the Commonwealth establish enforceable minimum national standards for youth justice, including raising the minimum age of criminal responsibility to 14 and use its constitutional power to legislate them. 3, that a multidisciplinary assessment and therapeutic service be established without delay so no young person enters or leaves the justice system without their health, neurodevelopmental or cognitive needs being identified and a plan put in place. 4, that the Commonwealth directly invest in long-term secure funding for community-managed psychosocial supports to address the 8,140 Territorians currently missing out. And finally, create a legal framework requiring decision makers to consider the human rights implications of their choices or decisions before they make them. A Commonwealth Human Rights Act would mean that the rights of most vulnerable cannot be traded for electoral advantage, and that policies contrary to evidence and international law carry legal consequences. Locking up children for political gain costs our community and at the expense of these children. It should be unlawful. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms Holmes?
Thank you for welcoming us today. As I said, I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking on behalf of Ardent, which is the Association of Alcohol and Other Drug Agencies in the Northern Territory, and we're the peak body for drug and alcohol. A lot of our work is around supporting young people intersecting with the justice system daily, and we see the pathways. We represent member organisations who work directly with individuals, families and communities impacted by substance use. And we work to strengthen service delivery, workforce capability, development and sector coordination across the entire of the Northern Territory. From an alcohol and other drug perspective, what we're seeing across our member services and what they're reporting back is that there's a lot of young people entering the justice system. They're presenting with multiple compounding needs, from trauma, unstable housing, disengagement from education, mental health challenges, and very often at the root of these is substance use. Critically, many of these young people are also living with undiagnosed neurodevelopmental impairment. These can include fetal alcohol syndrome, spectrum disorder, and this directly affects the behaviour and decision-making capacity, particularly impulse control, emotional regulation, and the ability to understand consequences. What this means in practice is that we've got a system now responding to behaviour without fully understanding what's driving it. At the same time, we are seeking a shift towards more punitive responses without a corresponding increase in access to treatment and support. From an AOD perspective, substance use is often part of a broader response to trauma and social disadvantage. It's the driver that if it's not addressed through treatment, the behaviour will continue. The reality on the ground is that youth-specific AOD treatment is limited, and pathways from the justice system into treatment are often inconsistent. Diversion into AOD support is not being used systematically, and in some areas it is simply not available. We also need to be clear that increasing assessment alone is not enough. If we identify need but do not have the workforce nor the service capacity to respond, whether in alcohol and other drug treatment, disability support or integrated care, then we are not improving outcomes for these young people. So from our perspective, this is about effectiveness. If substance use is part of the driver and neurodevelopmental disability is present but not identified nor supported, detention alone will not reduce the behaviour. Our key ask is for the investment in accessible neurodevelopment assessment pathways, including FASD, alongside expanded access to youth AOD treatment, diversion pathways and workforce development to ensure services can respond to identify need. I'd like to refer to our submission dated October 24 and the recommendations outlined in our submission on page 5 of our requests. Aside from this, what we're seeing is young people rarely present with the one issue, that trauma, housing, instability and disengagement are critically high, and that no disability identification, no NDIS access and behaviours misread are entering young, vulnerable children into the detention space. In short, if we don't treat the drivers of behaviour, we shouldn't expect the behaviour to change. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those opening statements, and I might just start with a couple of really quick questions for you, and then I will pass the call on to my colleagues. In terms of young people that you're seeing, what percentage do you think have some kind of substance abuse?
The latest statistics from members collecting data is
Yep.
over 80%.
Over 80%? Wow. And that's in the age bracket of, I'm assuming you're looking at...
As young as 8.
Okay, so
Correct.
8 through to 18. And then of that 80%, are you tracking how many of those do end up, I guess, on a trajectory where they are in the youth justice system, or are you looking at them before they get there for that 80%?
No, that's from coming into member services.
Okay. So through
and
the
not
services
necessarily tracked
going
all
into
the
youth
way through the
incarceration.
justice
Yeah, okay.
system.
Are there any stats on that if their kids are... I'm just curious because I think you've been really articulate in making the point that we are treating behaviours, but we're not treating why those behaviours are occurring.
Take that on notice.
I think we'll take that.
As long as it's not too much trouble to find, I think that might be helpful for the committee as we're looking, because we have heard consistently evidence of undiagnosed, trauma, all sorts of reasons why substances can be used as a kind of self-medication, and then that's perpetuating antisocial behaviours. In terms of mental health services that are available in the Northern Territory for young people, are there enough for young people to be able to access, in your view?
No,
Yeah.
wait times are long.
Yeah.
Workforce is a challenge, building capacity is a real challenge, and we need it right across the service spectrum from the education and schooling system all the way through to outside of the justice system and then within the justice system itself.
What's the average wait time for a young person to see mental health
It
issues?
varies quite wildly, unfortunately, and there are peaks and troughs in our system that are often bottlenecked by workforce challenges. We don't have economy of scale in the Northern Territory.
Okay.
That means that it's quite consistent.
Okay, and this is, sorry, and I know these sound like really basic questions, but what we're seeing is there is a really big difference to what young people in big cities can access versus those in regional areas, and I think the
And there's
northern...
not enough in big cities.
No, there's not
So
enough in
we're
big
starting from a low
cities,
base.
but it's and I guess as a committee we've got to try and balance how we can make recommendations that are going to best address sort of the entire country, looking at the regions and the metropolitan areas as well.
And Leah, the complexities within the Northern Territory with First Nations people is really deep. It's often that we have, people often refer to overcrowding, but it's actually that the houses aren't big enough to actually, they're not built around our family and kinship systems in the first place. So when you have overcrowding, you have low social determinants, you have high unemployment rates, you have a lot of substances that are coming from cities into the young people, and you've also got the compounding factor of both dual diagnosis, which is mental health and AOD, and then a limited workforce to be able to respond to that, and then limited pathways into each of our member services, and the capacity to actually respond with such a high demand makes it really challenging.
Can I just unpack something that you said there in terms of the housing not being big enough? That's the first time we've heard that articulated that way. So thank you again. It's and we've heard that evidence across the country where there are large family groups that live together, where we've heard of houses with 18, 20 people in them. Would that be something that you would identify if you could actually have housing that fit culturally how families live in particular areas, that might be a really good way to be able to keep families together and provide the support, so have the support coming in to the home?
Yeah, absolutely. And we often hear, the narrative is overcrowding, but if you actually unpeel that and you actually look back at the layers and realise that the house was built in the first place did not sufficiently accommodate that family structure, it changes your way of thinking.
Yeah.
Sure does.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I'm conscious of time, so I will pass on to Senator Shoebridge.
Yeah, and perhaps instead of overcrowding, bad design might actually be a better way of describing some of that, a chunk of what's happening there. Design for extended families, because that's how people best support each other, and yeah, I haven't heard it articulated in that way before, but thanks for some. We talk about wait times. In parts of the NT, the wait times are forever because there's no services. Can you just sort of describe this, if you can, give us a rundown of what the pattern is in the NT? And I'm not asking you to be perfect, but
wait times are really tricky to sort of get a handle on consistently. But a better way to describe it is a need for outreach services, so that services travel out and meet people where they're at. There's lots of barriers to people coming in to see a service, as there might be in a regional centre or in a more urban setting.
Yep.
So we need services that can be place-based and can meet people in their home and provide therapeutic and cultural support where they are in their community.
yeah, and so there might be a service available in Katherine, but if you're 100 k's out of Katherine, what's available to you?
Or 30 k's out of Katherine, for example.
15 k's.
It might only be, a visiting service that comes, as frequently as they possibly can, but certainly not frequently enough. Certainly when you add on weather impacts, road impacts, cultural business, it means that, an intent to visit every fortnight might actually become every 6 or 8 weeks or longer. So there's no ability to create continuity of care.
And if you're a 10, 11, 12, 13-year-old kid, you don't have the travel options unless the services are coming into your community. Where do you get help?
Exactly. They're often isolated without the need for without those supports.
The other consideration in that is, and for having worked in this space before, is you actually want the service where the issue occurs. And so you want the coping mechanisms and the recovery to happen in the community where you're going to return to. So you come to Darwin, you're in an acute ward, and there used to be like children's ward, and you receive skills and work there. But that's not the circumstances that you actually have to work in and live in. And so that idea of outreach, going to where people are so people receive the services and the upskilling that they need to return and live where they come from.
And how much can the mental health services be done with ACCHOs, Aboriginal Controlled Community Organisations? Is there an example of that kind of partnership working?
Many. Of course.
Give us some hope here.
Many of our members and the members of Aboriginal Medical Services Alliance in the Northern Territory are delivering it through through a social and emotional wellbeing lens. That's evidence-based, and there's plenty of examples of being able to respond and impact on all of the 7 domains of the social and emotional wellbeing wheel. There's a service in Daly River called that initially started with men called Enough Talk, Time for Action. That was evaluated by Flinders University. They get a very tiny amount of money from the Primary Health Network, and they've been able to do some really incredible work.
And just like the discussion about mental health services, if it happens in a kind of, sanitised space, and then you're sent back into the environment, which was probably partly generative of the mental health issues, is it the same with alcohol and drugs?
It is.
In fact, it's two sides of the one coin.
Yep, it is. And often at the centre of drug and alcohol is an underlying trauma or a mental health condition, and treating them separately isn't going to work moving forward. We need to combine them into dual diagnosis. And so some of the work we're doing now with members in Nooka and other communities that are really remote out of Katherine that you were talking, and not even just 30 minutes out, we're talking, a 7-hour drive out where, the resources are really limited, is it's about, working with people on the ground where they're at in community. So it's about, programs that are in community that can work with young people and adults and community and family groups alike to address the issue.
That can kind of seem almost unachievable because you've got distance, you've got travel, you've got expenses. But then we look at what we think is achievable, which is spending $3,600 a day putting a child in traumatic torture-like conditions. That's somehow achievable. But the options you're talking about is,
grassroots, frontline, harm reduction, harm minimisation, and meeting the child where they're at, and building the capacity of the community to respond to the child's needs.
And probably not $3,600 a day?
No. It's about building up the workforce within the community to respond to the community needs.
Ms. Severs, one of the discussions that's happening is, the Commonwealth provides, the numbers change, but it's probably more than 80% of the NT's budget when you look at it finally. If the Commonwealth was to put some meaningful compliance measures in our justice partnership, for example, and said, actually, well, you're failing to meet these targets to the NT, and therefore we're going to redirect funding away from the NT government into services. Do you think your body could be part of helping design what that looks like with the Commonwealth?
There's a fair, the direct funding, there is a fairly decent amount, as the Children's Commissioner said, there's a fairly decent amount of Commonwealth funding that does go into particular services, and there's a great deal more flexibility coming in the way that DSS is going to do funding to community and social sector, and so they're working on the concept of relational contracting, so enabling people to be flexible and where they are. I think the commentary around how things look at a Commonwealth level would be something that the ACOS, so there's a division of how that sort of work happens, and also a much greater capacity. But also here in the Northern Territory, it would need to be Aboriginal-led. That's where we're at in history. And so it wouldn't probably be NT cost, but it should or would be an Aboriginal peak organisation that might do that sort of work.
But you could bring some expertise to the table about how some of that direct funding model is already working as part of the solution of redirecting funding that would otherwise go to buy Northern Territory government jail cells and spit hoods and redirect it through some of these more flexible funding arrangements.
Yeah.
But I'm not suggesting, obviously, I mean, what we're constantly hearing is First Nations led, community controlled is the answer. But some of this is also system design as well, to avoid funding the problem.
And it's not a lack of need, it's a lack of accessible, coordinated, resourced responses that we need from inside the community.
And I think there is a good example of how this was done back when funding came into the Territory with the intervention. And the Aboriginal community controlled health sector sat down with the government and figured out where that funding should be directed across. So that historically it's been done. So there's a model there. So I think that's quite possible. But I defer to AMSAN to comment any further.
Although noting, of course, the vast amount of opposition to the intervention framework and how that actually...
It was one of the things that came out of it, and in terms of how the sector worked, yes, the negative impacts of the intervention, absolutely. It wasn't a good way to go about things at all, and it has created a whole lot of trauma, but it did actually pull the sector and the government to work together to say, how do we make this investment together in good ways? So it was one of the things that came out of a very bad and negative situation. Yep. And I wouldn't be the best to advise on it. There were people who could in the Territory, they were there, they were at that table. But I think it was an example of how that was co-designed and the decisions were made together about what investment should look like.
Thank you. Senator Cox.
Thank you, and thank you all for appearing today. I've just got a couple of questions. One to NTCOS. Ms Severs, in your submission it mentions how diversion is not being properly understood in the Northern Territory and how the bail laws are being excessively punitive. Can you expand a bit on this and to talk to us a little bit about the impacts that's having on young people, particularly First Nations kids in the justice system?
So that wasn't something that I said. I think that was maybe something that Stephanie said. So the diversion, yeah, so yes, I didn't sort of go near those.
Had it in your lot of questions, but maybe, yes, if Ms Holmes could talk a little bit about to the committee.
About diversion?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
How it's not properly understood, particularly in the Northern Territory, but also how the current bail laws that operate here in the Northern Territory, how they're excessively punitive and what the impact of that is on young people. So any one of you that is on the panel can jump in. I'm sure Mr. Radford might also have some comments around this one.
Yeah. I guess I'll start with, obviously since our submission, the Northern Territory policy environment has shifted significantly, and that was lowering the minimal age of 10 to detention no longer as a last resort and tighter bail conditions. And what's happening is, what we're seeing from the members is that these changes draw many First Nations children earlier and more deeply rooted into the system. And it's not consistent with the evidence or the Royal Commission findings, and that's why we added that, is that, we're talking about children that at the very centre is often behaviours or influence of trauma that they've experienced. And we also know in some cases that it's linked to fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. And without the treatment and access, those young people, they cycle between crisis and the system consistently. And when you're working with young children from such a young age that are drawn into a criminal justice system, it makes it very difficult for them to, remain with the family and at the centre of what First Nations people, as you know, would be the social emotional wellbeing and connection to family, community and culture. And with that being removed, it actually triggers more harm, psychological harm, physiological harm, cultural harm. And, it's important for us to realise that investment needs to go into prevention. It needs to go into early intervention and treatment, and also diversion through our Aboriginal community controlled services. It needs to be diversion back into community programs that keep children in the community at home with the family they know, rather than what's happened historically with Australian history with colonisation.
So, yeah, thank you, Ms. Holmes. And I think that, so what we're saying is this is not just youth justice in isolation, right? We're also talking about kids who are being taken into care. It was the heart of the Bringing Them Home report, which was mentioned earlier. This compounding trauma then that sits in that. I want to go to Mr. Radford if I can. If we are linking that to a justice system, then that, I think in the earlier evidence that the NT Children's Commissioner gave around the reports of 23-hour lockdowns and what that means for young people. What impact does that have on their mental health and well-being when we are seeing them cycle through a punitive justice system here in the Northern Territory? What does that represent?
Well, it's pretty significant, on top of the neurodevelopmental and cognitive challenges that young people in the system are likely experiencing. Diversion in the NT is often a really slow, bottlenecked process that mean that a young person might be eventually be referred by the police for diversion, but the period between when they've committed an offence and when it's picked up and when someone's talking to them about it in a restorative justice model might be a really long period of time. So for a young person who might have neurodevelopmental or cognitive challenges, there's quite a lot of disconnect between, that happened such time ago, and now there's a process happening now, and even longer if that goes to court because of the bottleneck that we see there as well. So I talked about restorative justice, and that's can be a really effective process if it's run and delivered in the community. The system
Is there one running here in the Northern Territory currently that acts as a diversion?
Yeah, but it's run primarily through police and then delivered in the community setting. Is that right?
It's, the diversion space has always been a bit opaque here, and it has changed with the new government. And so,
in what way? Well, how has it changed recently?
It goes through corrections now, and so there's a correction component to it. And so I totally support what my colleague is saying is with the cohort of children that are coming through, it's the instantaneousness of the response in relation to diversion. So whether it's, you know, a conversation where the police officer takes a child back to the shopkeeper and they apologise and it gets sorted out straight away, which would have been what happened, you know, 25 years ago when I was doing this sort of work, but to now that taking a really long time. So the Jesuits still offer a formal justice conferencing, but you know, so that either comes through police and there's much more restrictive prescribed offences, or you go to court and then it comes through that way. And so that whole idea of it being quite quick, and so you know, a young child who has a neurodiversity can sort of relate the two things. But the opaqueness at the moment is
and so is that the bit we're talking about when we are talking about what that looks like in the way of diversion? If we have such an opaque system that sounds like, you know, there are elements of diversion that can occur. And I say can in inverted commas, dependent on who's handling those on the day, because my experience is that even a magistrate in a referral of a charge cannot downgrade that. So if it's, you know, in Western Australia, I know that if a kid lights up a bin and is charged with an arson offence, it's a Schedule 1 offence. And if the magistrate decides this is his first offence, they want to divert him away from the system, he's a good kid, he's got good supports, there's every opportunity, that magistrate cannot change that. It must go back to the arresting officer in a brief with a recommendation from the magistrate and the court to do that and to apply discretion, but it doesn't happen unless that is changed back there. Is that the same as here in the Territory?
I think that would be a really great question to ask Naja, because it is a changing space, and just even, you know, conversations over the weekend. There are things called prescribed offences where police can't recommend a child for diversion, and it's questionable whether a judge can or not. And so if you're thinking about really common offences, and you're talking about, you know, lighting up a bin, but we're talking about kids and cars, and, you know, even if you're walking along the street and someone says, I'll jump in the car, those children, you know, 10 or 11, that my current understanding is you can't get diversion for that. And so we're moving away from the types of things that you would think young children should be able to be diverted. And, you know, obviously we all know that the earlier you come in contact with the criminal justice system, the harder it is to get out. You just get caught in that web. That's totally not the work that I'm doing now. This is from a totally different life. So the diversion and out of my members now with NTCOS, there are an array of NTCOS members who are offering different diversion, and I just saw from one that I was sent the details of this morning, Stephanie, that it did have an AOD component, and so it's a sorting out period here, because from the former government to this government, they dismantled the diversion and the approach, and then they're putting their own approach back in, and so there's sentenced to a skill and diversion, and they're the two framings. But how they're operating right at this time in such a fast-moving environment, Naja's your place to ask.
I can do that. Sorry,
Senator Cox, I was going to say, in Queensland they had the CRIPA, which was the Coordinated Response to Young People at Risk, which was run out of the Queensland Police, and I was a psychologist at the time within that program. And what it was about diverting young people out of the criminal justice system. The officer could write supports. It would then be faxed into a central intake system and sent out to, you know, address the substance use that drives the behaviour. And it was also about, you know, the young people that were coming into contact with the police and with the criminal justice system had displayed high levels of trauma and mental health. And what it did was that it took people back out, or young people out of the detention centre, because we know that detention environments often exacerbate trauma and mental health and substance use, and making it harder for young people to actually stabilise. And what this program did was put community kids back into community, and the elders and the system actually supported them for recovery as well as, you know, juvenile justice conferencing and that sort of stuff as well.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Ms Holmes. I know I've probably only got
One
more question. I can feel the eyes on me from the chair. I'm really keen to sort of unpack the, and this probably both for Ms Holmes but also Mr Radford, the ability for sort of outreach, but also partly how do we support young people who we know there is, you know, high prevalence of FASD and ADHD in communities. What does that support look like pre-contact with the justice system, but also part of a more trauma-informed, culturally safe mental health system that allows community to have much more control around what that looks like. Obviously, diagnosis is an important part of that, and I know that that's been something that Western Australia, where I come from, our justice system has done a lot of work in that. But I'm keen to understand here in the Northern Territory whether there is, one, an appetite for that capacity, or whether it's something that has been the experience of your organisations, and Ms Severs, NT Cos, jump in as well. But just sort of as my final question, what does that look like? And I know that Mr Radford, you sort of flagged Thriving Kids as one of the elements of that, which we haven't been through the architecture of that yet as the government. And so what does that look like from an NT perspective?
First, are you happy for me to go?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so in relation to Thriving Kids and foundational support, our sector hasn't been engaged or consulted to be able to contribute effectively about what that could look like from a Northern Territory perspective, and would really welcome that opportunity both from the Commonwealth and the Northern Territory.
Great, I'm the chair of the other committee that does that, so I welcome that, and I'll be talking to you very soon.
Wonderful, that will be perfect. To deliver it in a regional or remote community, you know, we're going to need a mix of clinical and non-clinical approaches. Ideally community-led, so that's through the Aboriginal perspectives of social and emotional well-being. We are not leveraging and building on capacity with lived experience in the Territory, and that can play a real part. You know, we're going to have significant workforce challenges in order to be able to build clinical workforce in remote, but a peer workforce in remote is a goal that we could certainly achieve. And unfortunately, lots of people do have an experience of the justice system, of the healthcare system, of the mental health care system, and they're very well placed to be able to support other people to help to navigate that system, and then buy in clinical supports through telehealth and through our Aboriginal community control medical services to be able to deliver that.
Okay, thank you. Ms Holmes, did you want to say anything more or add to that?
Yeah, Senator Cox, I think what's really important here is that when we have a look at the social and commercial determinants of health, at the centre of that is addressing criminal behaviour and antisocial behaviour, and particularly with someone with an undiagnosed ADHD or an undiagnosed FASD, is that it's about educating the sector around what that actually means for someone's ability to make a high cognitive, rational decision about the behaviours they're getting involved in. And so it's about looking at that, and then on the other hand, if you're going back to poverty, if you're going back to inequality, if you're going back to physical and mental health with limited supports in community, and around also houses that aren't built to adequately support your family structure, and then the lack of education or truancy, it makes it really difficult. And then when you also compound that with domestic, family and sexualised violence in our communities, you're addressing criminal profiling with a social concern of someone's ability to make decisions under the influence of AOD or mental health with all of those things happening. So I think it's important that we go back to those community-driven programs, that we look at, you know, the UNDRIP principles and the NT's government around that remote engagement strategy, and that we implement those when we're looking at how we're going to address the social determinants of health. The other compounding factor that we have with FASD in the Territory and the Kimberley and the Pilbara, we have a middle daughter with FASD, who was my cousin's sister's daughter that we raised, is that there's not a lot of diagnosis. There's not a lot of practitioners that can actually diagnose. So the ability to be able to get more people on the ground to be able to do that, to go out into community and to actually be in community examining children and supporting them through this is really pivotal as well.
Do you agree, just as the final point of that then leads our people to be self-medicating in the instances, one, where they don't have a diagnosis, or two, they don't have access to the medication that is required to manage, whether it's FASD, I'm not sure that there is medication, but particularly ADHD and or Asperger's or any of those other disabilities and conditions that they require medication for. I think it's an all too common story where people do self-medicate and they choose illegal substances to do that. Is that the experience here as well in the Northern Territory?
I think it's both. I think we live in a society where that social media is playing a really big influence around, you know, making ADHD more present and people, you know, wanting to take or needing to take stimulants for that. But there's also the unmet need of that psychological trauma that lies in the depth of, you know, where we have the housing crisis and we have, you know, overcrowding houses and houses not built, is that you've got a whole lot of children that are medicating through illegal substances. And so volatile substance use is coming a lot younger, you know, ganja is coming from a lot younger, and then we've got the illicit stuff, you know, methamphetamine and ice and others that are compounding that as well.
Yeah, just taking a point on criminal profiling then being such a really big issue, particularly in our communities. So thank you again for your evidence. Thank you, Chair.
Fantastic. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Chair. Can you tell me, please, how long I have? Because I'm always at the end, so I just want to be clear.
We're running very over time already, so we're half an hour behind. So if you could be as efficient as possible, we would be very grateful.
Well, I understand everyone else went over, so I'm just seeking clarification so I'm not cut off like I have been previously.
No one else has gone over. Happy to give you the call for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. That's what I was after. Thanks, everyone, for appearing today. I suppose I want to ask a couple of questions, but they're questions to you all. So I'm not in the room, so if you could work out who goes first. My first question is, how many Aboriginal people do you have employed in your organisation?
Hi, Senator Thorpe. It's Stephanie Holmes, the executive for the Association of Alcohol and Other Drug Agencies, NT. I have one FTE and 3 part-time roles.
Thank you. Can I just ask? Yep, sorry. Just the second part to that, are they senior level decision makers?
So decision makers are just myself as the executive.
Okay, so the 1 FTE and 3 part-timers, they don't have any decision-making role in your organisation?
Oh, they do, yes. They have different, depending on what role they have, is the level of decision-making they have within the realm of their responsibilities underneath their position description.
Okay, thanks.
Hi,
and
Senator.
Aboriginal as well.
Jeff Radford from the NT Mental Health Coalition. Our core funding allows us 2.2 FTE. Unfortunately, none of those people are Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander.
Hi, Senator Thorpe. It's Sally Sievers here from NT COS. So I have about 9 staff, and none of my direct staff are Aboriginal people. My board has 2 Aboriginal people on the board.
Sorry, Senator Thorpe, it's Stephanie Holmes again. I'm actually First Nations, and 3 members of our board identify as First Nations as well.
Thank you. I'm just trying to get an idea of who's speaking for who here and how decisions are made, because I'm sure everyone's frustrated that this has been going on for many, many decades. It's part of the ongoing genocide of our people. So my next question is, no one's mentioned racism. Is there racism in the NT? Is there systemic racism in the NT? And are the police racist?
Senator Thorpe, you heard from the Children's Commissioner this morning. She's prepared a report in relation to, with the Anti-Discrimination Commissioner and herself, in relation to children and their views in relation to that. We've had a number of other reports, I think, in relation to institutional racism in the police, and obviously it's in the public domain. The Cooman J. Walker inquest, and so across the NT, public domain, like anti-racism strategies are things which are being developed like other places. We could always totally do more, but there's definitely reports in relation to that apply in the NT.
Thank you. So the reports are one thing, but have any of your organisations, through the Aboriginal people that are there, have they ever identified that racism is a problem to address any of the colony's aggression on our people?
Really unsure how to answer that, Senator.
Maybe I'll simplify it. So, sorry, there's a little bit of a lag in the timing here, so my apologies if I'm cutting people off. You all talked about mental health, you talked about programs that work but aren't supported. We see on the ground, and obviously I'm being told every day about the racism that people experience in that part of the world, let alone the rest of the country. And I just wonder, through your expertise and all the work that you're doing with our people, is racism, the impact of racism on our people every day, so when the cops see a kid down the street, are they going to be treated like the white kid across the street? If not, do your programs address the fact that Northern Territory has a racist government and racist police? Does your work assist in addressing that?
Senator Thorpe, it's Stephanie Holmes from the Association of Alcohol and Other Drugs, NT. What I can say is that we know the harms associated with substance misuse and compounding mental health is that there's a lot of shame and stigma already involved. And so working with our members to address and reduce shame and stigma is really important. And we do a lot of work with our member organisations around understanding the backpack and weight of what people are bringing into service and how to unpack some of that through cognitive behaviour therapies and cultural support and social emotional wellbeing, because we know already that there's a lot of shame and stigma already entrenched in why people misuse substances to fill that void. And so a lot of the work we're doing is around that, to try, if people have been exposed to, next level racism or, you know, policies that inadvertently impact them, that they're coming back to working with the individual of meeting them where they're at around that trauma.
Thank you. And this is to everybody as well. Are there any Aboriginal children in the NT children's prisons system being tortured that you're aware of?
I think, it's Stephanie Holmes. I think, you know, the younger the age of the child that's caught up in the criminal justice system and in detention, experiences social and emotional torture by being actually within the prison system, so that emotional unmet need is deepened, and, you know, experienced by any child within a detention environment. And we know that mental health exacerbates and worsens within a detention environment, and we know that a lot of the children that are in there, their needs are interconnected to lots of other areas, and they've experienced high levels of trauma.
Thank you. Did anyone else want to comment?
So in this current role, Senator, we're not in the detention centre. The services are primarily corrections services, and so, you know, for current information, that's not something that any of us have. Clearly, on the public record, the reintroduction of spit hoods. There's both Ombudsman's reports and Children's Commissioner reports specifying how those are considered, you know, under international law. And so, but, you know, obviously we're not in there on a day-to-day basis and don't have that sort of oversight. I'm not quite sure whether that's a question that you asked of the Children's Commissioner or of the NAJA lawyers to see whether they've received reports of currency of use of that as a device. The lockdowns of, I think the inquiry's heard about the 23-hour lockdowns and how that would be viewed as well. But that's not really a space that myself or my members are in these days.
But we could safely say 23-hour lockdown for kids is appalling for their mental health, Mr. Radford, and would be defined as torture under most circumstances. But
sorry,
perhaps the mental
my
health.
next follow-up question was, sorry, Stu Bridge, I've got the call.
Okay.
So if you're not aware, you're not in there every day, I understand that, but you have all just explained all of the things that you're doing with community, for community, and you're not hearing any story about torture. Is that right? Is that correct?
Senator, it's not the space in which we're operating or working, and our priorities lie in the community managed space. So we're less exposed to and less opportunity to hear those stories because our members are delivering those services in a community setting.
Yeah, I find this really difficult to understand. Like, if my kid was being tortured at 10 years of age in a prison and there was nothing I could do about it because of a racist government, I think I'd get into drugs and alcohol as well. And I think I'd have a mental health condition. So I'm just trying to understand, if you're not aware of that on the ground, then how do you design your programs that work or fit?
All of us are actually peaks, and so we don't do day-to-day service delivery. We have a membership, and primarily at this time we really are not in those spaces. We are really on the outside, so we're in the early intervention prevention, and then potentially afterwards would be the services that our members get to provide. There's a few steps to receive that type of information, and obviously NTCOS is a generalist community services.
Thank you. And look, I appreciate that, but the government only listened to the peaks. So if the peaks come out and said stop torturing our children, that could make a little bit of a difference. Thank you for your time.
Excellent. Thank you, Senator Thorpe. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. We really appreciate you taking the time. Some really incredible insights, and Ms Holmes, I think you've really articulated incredibly differently for the committee a few of the challenges that we've got. So we really do appreciate you getting us to think differently on some of the issues that are out there. We will now suspend, and we will come back at 1:45 p.m. welcome representatives from Hoops for Health. Thank you for taking the time to come and speak with the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can I get you please to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Yep, Timmy Duggan, CEO of Hoops for Health.
And I'm Matt Nason, I'm the General Manager of Hoops for Health.
Fantastic. And do you have an opening statement?
Yes.
Fantastic. Proceed when you are ready.
Yep, thanks for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Timmy Duggan and I have bloodlines to the Warramungu people of Central Australia on my mum's side and the Ningina people of the Kimberleys on my father's side. I was born and bred here on Larrakia country. I'm the founder and CEO of Hoops for Health. With me today is Matt Nason, our General Manager. So Hoops for Health is a 100% Aboriginal owned and led Northern Territory organisation which we established back in 1995. So for 30 years we've worked with children, young people, families and communities across the Territory, including urban, regional, remote and very remote locations. So importantly, our work with within the justice system has its origins in our early engagement inside Dondale Youth Detention Centre. That work has continued to evolve over 3 decades and we now have delivered more than 800 sessions within detention and correctional environments across the Northern Territory. This long-term presence has given us direct practical insight into the needs of young people in custody and the systemic gaps that exist. Our evidence-informed approach is built on a unique dual knowledge framework where we integrate 65,000 plus years of our own Aboriginal cultural wisdom and healing practices within the adaptation of the world-leading neuroscience of leading childhood trauma expert Dr. Bruce Perry, who we've linked in through his neurosequential model and network. So by adapting Dr. Bruce Perry's research on brain development and trauma within a culturally grounded movement-based model, we provide a top-down and bottom-up approach to healing. This allows us to translate clinical insights into a framework that respects the fact that for our young people, cultural connection is a biological necessity for regulation and health. This framework is translated into action through our healing-centred sport model. So we move beyond sport as recreation to use it as a tool for social and emotional well-being. This approach has been independently research validated. So in March of this year, Charles Darwin University released a report examining our impact within justice-involved youth. Findings were clear. Our participants showed improved emotional regulation, increased feelings of safety, and most importantly, a diversion away from justice pathways. This research confirms that our model supports positive behaviour change even in high-risk environments. We have seen young people in detention actively using these regulation strategies to de-escalate conflict and step away from violence. We will provide a hard copy of this report to the committee as part of our submission. In addition, we'll also provide a hard copy of our social and emotional wellbeing workbook, which was developed for specific use in partnership with the work we do with the Northern Territory Department of Corrections for the Domestic, Family and Sexual Violence pilot program currently underway. This resource demonstrates how we adapt our 3 R's framework, which is regulate, relate and reason, sequence developed by Dr. Bruce Perry within a territory-specific Aboriginal-led context. I must also add Dr. Bruce Perry, being a leading childhood trauma expert, has acknowledged the fact that First Nations people around the world had been doing this work for a very long time. But we cannot expect young people to reason or make better decisions if they are chronically dysregulated and stuck in a state of survival. So our work focuses on building regulation first through rhythm and movement, then building trusted relationships, and only then moving to cognitive change and accountability. What we see on the ground is that many young people entering the justice system are carrying profound, unaddressed trauma. If the system only responds with punishment, it ignores the biology of the child and the cycle simply continues. Our evidence today will focus on practical alternatives to incarceration that respect both the science of the brain and the strength of our First Nations culture. We'll speak to the importance of early intervention, mentoring and ensuring continuity of support as young people transition from custody back to community. Improving outcomes in youth justice requires systems that understand trauma, value culture and invest in First Nations-led responses that are already proving their effectiveness on the ground. All our programs maintain both direct and indirect links to youth detention, contributing to prevention, early intervention and diversion efforts aimed at reducing incarceration rates in one of the most incarcerated regions for First Nations people in the world. I wanted to reinforce that Hoops for Health is more than just basketball. And a lot of people do get us confused with that. We are a structured, healing-centred approach that uses sport and active movement as a vehicle to build regulation, relationships, life skills and maintain our cultural identity. I want to share with you a quick story about our yellow shirt story and our impact on the ground at a grassroots level. We were in the Dondale Youth Detention Centre. It's going back 6 or 7 years ago, and the kids in there wanted to share with us their story of what happened. Come on, share with us, Em. They opened up because of our relationship with them and the trust that we had. And they said, look, we're going to break into this house. We actually broke into a property. When we walked in, we saw a yellow Hoops for Health shirt. Guess what they did? They were able to relate to it and reason, and they actually walked out. They shared with us this story. Now, that could have been a coach's house or it was just an experience that their mind could actually relate to, and they made that informed decision to turn around, which we thought was pretty impactful from our program's point of view. So that's our colour, our yellow, as our positive kind of colour, and wanted to share with you that story of that little intervention of them walking out of a property from just by seeing and associating that shirt with a positive experience that they may have had. Look, we've had a number of highlights over the years. We're not perfect. Our U25 program, which is funded by the Federal Department, Attorney General's Department, we've had over 4,000 touch points with young people over the last year and a half. Our Hoops for Her, funded by the Department of Health, over 1,000 female participants engaged across really remote Northern Territory communities. Our Hoops for Wealth, which is our financial literacy and wellbeing program, we've had 177 participants, delivered in partnership with the Brotherhood of St Lawrence, our partner organisation, participate in this program around financial literacy. But this initiative actually originated out of our work in Alice Springs Prison, where we worked with a cohort there that were a lot of the original cohort of the young people who were in Dondale Youth Detention. So there are a few of our highlights that give you a bit of a background on what we do and the focus, a bit more than basketball, but around the brain. And I'm really conscious of saying we are trauma informed, but also trauma and culturally informed.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that. We might go to questions now, and we might start with Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Sharon. I know we're going to have to be brief, but the good news is we've got a site visit coming up. Can you tell me how is sport used as a kind of a way of introducing particularly young people, and I suppose can we focus here on young people and youths, but it's more than that also. The sport itself is integral to some of the programs you develop. Can you talk us through about the theory of how sport fits into the healing?
Yeah, definitely. So in our work in the Youth Detention Centre, we definitely knew that there was a link between the brain and sport. And then we linked up with Dr. Bruce Perry, leading childhood trauma expert. So whenever there's patterns or rhythms, repetitions, it's actually really good for healing. We just happen to use the bounce and the rhythm of the basketball there. But like Dr. Bruce Perry said, our people have been doing this patterns and rhythms and repetitions for many years through our cultural practices and our dances and our stories. And it's actually been really good for healing. So there's a number of ways to do that through the healing-centred sport model. You know, when we asked the participants on the inside in the prison, what do you like doing? One of them said, I like fishing, I like football, I like music, I like crosswords. And all of those components had some components of patterns, rhythms, repetitions, and the key word there was keeping the activity moderate. Because we've got to understand when these kids come into us, we've got to engage them some way, and basketball happens to have these engaging tools where it happens to be fun as well. But it also gets them a little bit out of their comfort zone. It's a social thing. You know, you can play it anywhere. Men and women can both play. And we've actually got another program where we think, because we're not resourced to highlight it and publicise it, where the actual kids in the now Holt Youth Detention Centre are coming to us once a week, where they get a leave of absence and they come to our training centre, where it's been really successful in having a place where you can actually time to heal, in this environment. So, yeah.
And so, can you just give me an understanding of when the kids from Holt's are at Hoops for Health, what's the program that they get involved with? Are they doing, you know, what I would do, stand there and miss every basket and then get dealt with on that? I mean, what happens?
Yeah, I guess the first thing is they're looking at our coaches, you know, and a lot of our coaches are First Nations coaches and mentors who have already been on the inside working with them, so they've already had touch points with them where they've developed relationships. So it's not an unfamiliar environment. Mm-hmm. So they come in, and when you walk in, we wanted a place where we celebrate our mob success. Now, success to us is not only Olympians or world champions, it's the person or the mum that, you know, got their kids to school that morning, got them fed, and that's success, right? So when you walk in, you'll see examples of First Nation success stories. Because of this constant doom and gloom of the painting of a negative picture of our mob, we wanted to highlight these success stories so they can relate to these photos of maybe programs that were done in their communities, and they're looking at these stories and think, oh, I know that's my family, or I can relate to them. And then right then the heartbeat kind of drops, where it's not in this mode of survival. Hey, I can breathe, I can regulate, and now we can actually get into doing some shooting hoops or lifting some weights or skipping or boxing or whatever it is to actually engage. And we've got a term there called flight path coaching, which blends our science. The flight path coaching is where we're coaching on the run in the trends of the environment of the world that they're living in, which is anxious and everything is instant, you know, iPads and phones and all that. So our coaching is not embarrassing. If we've got to give feedback, it's, hey, come over here, you know, we just have a bit of a yarn about this, where it's not hands up in the air flailing, but it's also coaching in the environment that they are living. So it's this term called flight path coaching.
It's a place of inspiration. The actual facility itself, which we'd love for you to lay eyes on, will open your eyes essentially to an opportunity for people to walk in from all forms and any walk of life, regardless of, I suppose, their circumstance, into an opportunity, if you like, to put their best foot forward, where we're offering them a very reasonable, well-guided challenge, if you like, to the individual, regardless of whether or not we're incorporating small groups that would fit within the facility bounds or individuals themselves, but offering them an opportunity to build with them. We walk with people. It's a statement that we use all the time. We're not an education facility where we stand in front of people and guide people through what they should or shouldn't be doing. We catch people where they are, and we try and incorporate an opportunity for us to build trust with the participants that walk through the door. And the idea being at the end of the session, or the sessions, or the time that they spend with us in programs, when they walk back through the threshold of the doorway that they walked in, that they feel a lot better, safer, more emotionally stable for that introduction, for the program that's been built on, and most importantly, wanting to come back and do it again.
Would you mind on notice just giving us some details about what your funding is and where it comes from, if you don't mind on notice, rather than us do it here? No, and I'm just keen to get out and see your place this afternoon.
Sure.
Yep.
Sure.
Fantastic. Senator Cox.
Thank you, and thank you for appearing today, and looking forward also to the visit this afternoon. Are you able to, maybe on notice, given that we are in a bit of a time shortage, any data from the Flinders University 20-year impact report, and how many, just a breakdown of how many people it supports and any of the other data that's relevant around impact? I know you've spoken to some of those stats, but I think the committee would be very keen to look at that if possible.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, in that period, in the early 2000s up until 2010, I think we had about 10,000 young people from central, northern and across the top half of Australia participate in the program. Back then there was a program called Live Longer campaign, and which was a federally funded program. The impact and the numbers, one in particular who came through from the old Dondale Youth Detention Centre, where we initiated this Hoops for Wealth program. He went from the Dondale Youth Detention Centre to the high security of Darwin Correctional Centre, sent down to Alice Springs, and then we happened to work with him, went down to the low security, being released, on the day release stuff, working with us, to now becoming a full-time worker with us. So when we look at participants and numbers and that, we don't actually look at we do look at resumes and skills, but we look at the lived experience as well. We know that counts in our impact. Yeah. But to answer your question there, Senator Cox, in the last, I think I gave those numbers of the recent programs through the U25, the Play Our Way federally funded programs, and the Hoops for Wealth.
Great. We've heard quite a bit of evidence around sort of the kids that have those sort of common experience or pathways into the justice system. So whether it's family violence, disengagement from school, child protection, sort of, are there any common sort of pathways that you hear in Hoops for Health where kids are sort of, or have seen once they participated in the program, sort of fall foul to that, coming in contact with the justice system?
Yeah, I think we catch them at a point on their journey, but then when they actually do the program, there's also a certain point where our skills and resourcing takes them. So our two key words that we're trying to embed both for our staff and the participants is hope, creating a sense of hope when they go, and resilience. And how that looks for each individual is different, but when they walk out of a Hoops for Health session, we want them to have some type of impact with their learning, especially with what's going on in the brain. And then also, I feel all right. I want to go back there again because I'm comfortable and I'm safe with those guys, or the girls, coaches.
If I could just also add, Senator Cox, an enormous component of what Hoops for Health is about and has been about since the inception of Timmy sort of committing down this life's work, has been the capacity and the ability, even as a micro business well back in the day, and not suggesting we're anything more than small at the moment, but the capacity and the consistency of being able to get into community and get to the coalface and work with the youth in their own boundary lines, within their own family circumstances, which has given us the broad brush 30 years later to be a fairly recognisable brand, where we do see a lot of the kids and the unfortunate reality that are absolutely on the inside for whatever type of discretion it happens to be, but also from within the community confines as well. So the business is built around being able to offer a program-based service, or even frankly a mentorship type service that covers more than just the facility of our four walls, but very much out into the entirety of the NT community, and frankly even across the state borders, at times into very remote Queensland and Western Australia as well.
Yeah, that's great. Two sort of final questions from me, or one question with two parts to it. What do you think makes your program so successful in some of the outcomes that you've achieved? And do you think that's capable of being replicated into other communities across Australia?
Yeah, I think I know the uniqueness is that connection to the brain, and the uniqueness of being First Nations led and run is really, really important. The opportunity for it to be replicated, we've had requests, to go outside of Darwin. We've got a little base in Alice Springs as well, but to take it across the borders, there's been requests, many requests for it. We really think that uniqueness is the connection to the brain, putting that science but backing it with really strong foundations of our mob's learning and healing practices as well. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Senator Cox, and thank you for all of the work that you're doing with the program. And I think I speak for everyone on the panel that we're really excited to get to come out and see it firsthand later on this afternoon. And we appreciate you extending that invitation to the committee.
We're extremely excited and proud to be able to do that as well.
Oh,
This is something that it's a rare beast for organisations like us. So for us to be able to offer that as a chance for you to walk through the threshold of our doorway and get your own eyes, I think we talk about it all the time. The I didn't know factor is real.
yeah.
We are hidden off the street. Timmy will talk to this later, but the bottom line is the wow factor is real, and the eyes tell the story as much as people's words will as well. So we're rapt that you're coming out, so thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. We look forward to seeing you a little bit later this afternoon.
Yeah.
We'll just suspend for a couple of I now welcome representatives from First Nations Advocates Against Family Violence who are joining us remotely. Thank you for taking the time to come and speak with the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard, can I please ask you both to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
We're from Walter, sorry, we're not from the, we're from
Walter. I skipped to the wrong... Okay,
sorry.
So this is the next one, sorry. So it's from the... We're in a different part.
Have we butted someone out, or is it?
So these guys are...
This is Walter to Django.
That's okay, we'll continue on with that. That's absolutely... And apologies.
No, that's okay, that's so
couldn't figure out
fine.
who was online.
No, that's okay. We're from Walter to Janku Palyapai. So we're an Aboriginal corporation based in Alice Springs. I'm Anna Kavanagh. I'm our program support worker.
I'm Amanda Clark. I'm the CEO at Walter.
Can we get a little more volume?
Are we able to? Thank you. Sorry. They're perfect for us. Perfect.
That's okay. Let us know if you can't hear us, can't see us, or if I talk too quickly. But yes, we just wanted to say a big thank you for the opportunity to attend the committee today. And we've been online while in the office listening in, and we will try our best to be as articulate as everyone else. But so for a bit of context, Walter delivers 6 different programs across 20 remote communities in the Central Desert region. So our board of directors is also 20 different women from 10 different communities. So that's sort of our foothold is across the whole Central Desert region. Several of our programs, so we've got our Reconnect program, a family mental health support service, a children and family intensive support program, and an NDIS program, all on the ground in community. So these programs regularly work with young people and families who are interacting with the youth justice system. Through these engagements and through the ongoing work of our field staff, so our community development workers on the ground, a number of consistent concerns are always raised by families and young people that we work with. I'll go through them below. I understand it may be a repeat of stuff that's been already said throughout the day. But yeah, this is just sort of our input from families in the communities coming to us directly, from us working with them, of sort of what they've experienced.
Thank you.
So first of all, the bail conditions for young people in the justice system. We quite often find that the bail conditions that can be set for the young people when they come out of detention sort of set them up to fail. So, for example, the conditions may prohibit them from accessing Alice Springs, from going into Alice Springs, except for medical or emergency reasons. However, what this means is that many young people from remote communities must then travel with family members to town, as they can't be left alone in community without access to essential support, so like food and daily care. So the remote communities are very transient. Families move across from one community to another. There could be funerals, there could be other things that they're needing to see family in different communities, or they're needing to come to Alice Springs for certain things. The conditions that sort of are then laid out in the bail conditions can lead to unintentional breaches and then further charges. And I know there's things in place to help navigate around these, but it is a consistent concern that families are then facing in terms of bail conditions and needing to come to Alice for certain things. The next thing is that there's sort of a lack of therapeutic support following detention. So we frequently find that our support workers are the first point of contact for young people upon their release from detention. However, there's often no therapeutic support arranged during or after detention for the young people. They're typically returned directly from a detained environment straight out to remote communities with limited access to counselling or mental health services. It's particularly concerning given the already high levels of mental health need in remote communities. Adding the added pressure of detention, court processes, overcrowded housing, which I know has been repeated, and the financial strain. So the high cost of food, the high cost of fuel, all of this increases these challenges for both the young person but their family as well. So added in stresses, and then the mental health support can be very limited in trying to help these youth when they are back in communities and back on country, because sometimes what they've then experienced over their sentencing period could then mean that they are struggling going back to community and back to everyday life in community in an overcrowded house. No structure, all of that sort of situation. The next part is the limited access to assessments for things like NDIS. So, and again, I think this has come up already today, but there's significant delays in accessing assessments for conditions such as FASD or mental health issues or any other disability as well. In some cases, a young person has had to remain in detention for extended periods while awaiting this assessment. The NDIS application process is also incredibly complex and time-consuming to start with, and often causes confusion in families with the whole process. Additionally, there's also been instances of unethical practices, so where participants are encouraged or pressured to switch providers without fully understanding their options. So this results in confusion about who the young person's service provider is and delays accessing critical supports, particularly if their NDIS funding might cover behavioural support or any other supports related to maybe a FASD diagnosis, that they are then delayed in accessing those supports. The next one, and sorry, I'm talking so quickly. One of the other things that we constantly hear from families is the big transport barriers. So our communities are up to 400 kilometres away. So the access to come into town for court or for picking someone up once they've left detention, all of that is an added stress onto a family trying to come in from community. There is at times limited support available for families travelling from communities to attend the court and support the young person. And then it also means that if court proceedings are adjourned, there's no accommodation options available for the family. It could be that they return to a remote community and then aren't coming back into town, or unable to come back into town, don't have somewhere to stay, or are staying with family and then adding to an already overcrowded house while in town. The other sort of transport barrier is that when, like upon release from the detention centre, there's quite often insufficient support to ensure young people can return to their communities in line with these bail conditions. The responsibility for this frequently falls on families, communities, or us as service providers. And then in trying to then cover the cost of fuel or bus tickets for travelling back out to community. When obviously these arrangements can't be made, there's still that risk of them breaching bail conditions if they're then stuck in town, if they can't get transport back out to remote community.
Sorry, can I just interrupt you there? Sorry, just to clarify. So if there are kids that are being held in detention in Darwin, they're released. Are they then sent back to Alice Springs and then they find...
So this was my next one, is the transfer to the Darwin Detention Centre.
Yeah, okay.
Is that that they are then transported from Darwin to Alice, and the cost of this, like the flights and everything that then is coming out of the government funding or wherever it comes from, to pay for those flights, to pay for the workers, to then have the young person go from detention down to Alice. The logistical and financial costs associated with this are quite substantial. And then it means that it also then adds to the stress of the day. So you could have someone having court that day, but they're flown from Darwin. I don't know what's happened. We can see. Like
We're looking at ourselves.
We can still see and hear you.
Yeah. Okay. That's okay.
We can. There you are.
There we go. But what it also means is that you could have a young person have a day that starts at 5 a.m. and then they're still not finished court by 3 p.m. And so, again, if this is someone with an undiagnosed or even diagnosed disability, that is a hugely long, stressful day, very overstimulating, exhausting, they've not had any sleep, and then the stress on the family that then they're really dysregulated in even trying to see family. And it can be really upsetting for the family as well.
And then the family is responsible then for getting them from Alice back to their remote community. So they kind of go through all of that and then...
And it could be that it's then not finalised that day, so then it could be that it's then adjourned to the next day. So they then have another day in court to find out, release plans. And then sometimes it's that the family don't have a car or a registered car or a valid driver's licence to get back to community. So at times that's where we've been able to assist with like maybe a bush bus ticket. But that itself is $200 per person to go for a 2-hour journey. So
for those of us not from Alice Springs, what's a bush bus?
Oh, it's a bush bus. So the bush bus is, I'm sorry if any of this context is not like sounding familiar to
No. I think it's just helpful for us to have like a really clear picture of the evidence you're giving so that we can...
So the bus. The bush bus is a private company that is basically the 4-wheel drive bus that travels from Alice Springs out to communities. So kind of like a public bus, similar to like a Greyhound bus. But their prices are, for them to say go to a community that's 2 hours away, it can be up to $200 per person. So when trying to assist with that, it could be that we are limited with funding. So we may not always be able to provide that as a ticket for someone to go back to community. And if you then have people maybe without a car, the cost of fuel is so expensive. So then trying to see whether it's something like to help with fuel, all of these sort of add into the other stresses of families trying to take a young person back home to community and to then be away from detention.
And even if that does not work, they have to find family in town to actually try and stay with them, which then brings overcrowding overnight. And that's where they probably end up running away from their families and starting more trouble for themselves, for the youth, and then causing more trouble actually in Alice Springs, not out on their community.
And then that can be a breach of their bail, sort of not through really, it's a really helpful picture, thank you.
And like obviously sometimes things are put in place because like the youth justice officers and things like that in town can then like make amendments for like a night or a week or something, but then it could be that they're then stuck in town for a month. So that's then like the added stress as well, that they have to daily check in with youth justice officers. If they don't have access to a phone, that is also very difficult. There is the added thing that if they've gone back to community and a part of their bail conditions are to check in with youth, the youth outreach service, sometimes they're in communities with absolutely no reception. So there's quite a few communities that we still work with that don't have service, don't have a Telstra network. They sort of can potentially go to the main community, but that is a 40-kilometre drive away. So it's not walking distance. They still have to be able to drive to the main community where there is service to be able to use a phone to check in according to their bail conditions.
Can I ask a really silly question?
No.
So does this come up in their sort of bail hearings and court proceedings and it's
sometimes
just sort
it does. Yeah. So sometimes it does, but sometimes it's a bit more. There are things still put in place that sort of set them up to fail.
Yeah.
That particularly the not being allowed into Alice Springs is then Alice is where the main thing. You've got your food shopping, grocery shopping that is more affordable than the community store. You've got families that you then may need to see.
Business.
Yeah, things that obviously don't always equate to what's listed as an emergency or medical reason. Yeah. Or you've got the fact that family will have to come into town for another reason, and then the young person's then maybe at risk of staying in the community by themselves or having to stay with other people. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry to keep interrupting you.
No, that's so fun. I'm sorry if I'm also rambling really quickly. The sort of last point we also had was there's tends to be limitations on bush courts as well. So we've had a few situations where we've helped with taking a family to bush court, and that has helped a lot. But they can improve, it helps having the proceedings then out in communities, but it still comes with its own challenges. So there is still the fact that families may still need to travel a huge distance. So it could be that someone's listed it for one community and bush court's listed for one community, a young person is in a community 2 hours away, but then they say that's closer than travelling to Alice Springs, so still travel the 2 hours to go to that bush court, which does help the stress of coming into town, but then it's still the added stress of the limitation on transport and resources to then get to that other community as well, and then to then get back home too.
Thank you.
So yes, I feel like I ran through that really quickly, but they're sort of the main things that throughout our years on the ground in communities working with families is a lot of things that come up from the families we work with, and a lot of the concerns around when there is a young person in detention. The other thing was, I think I missed actually saying it, but with the transition from the kids going up to Darwin instead of being in Alice Springs with the detention centre closing here, it has meant that families have no contact with them. So families may not have access to call them, they may not have access to do a video link. When there has been occasions that we've been able to help do a video link, it could be that the video links are all booked out. So you can then have a young person for lengthy periods in detention with no access to seeing or talking to family as well.
Sorry, when you say booked out, so they have to...
That is, they've got booking sessions through the detention centre.
Yeah.
So, sometimes when we've requested to book ones, they might be unavailable for a week.
Wow.
And then it could be that family then travels back out to community.
Yeah.
So we've missed the chance to be able to connect them
is
on a video link.
A staffing limitation, do you think, from the detention centre as opposed to...
Potentially, yeah. Whereas when they were in the detention centre here, it could be an option that they could then have a family visit in person. Yeah. Whereas anyone from the Central Desert region doesn't get that as an option.
Okay.
and also the further up, like the Barclay region as well, but we're primarily central desert. Yeah.
Is there a cost for the phone calls or the video links as well to the young person in the Northern Territory?
Yeah, it is free, but I think it's more so that the young person has to make the call to the family.
Okay.
Yeah, but that could be that they try once, the family's out of reception, and then they then don't try again. Like, or like they try a few times, and then it could be while family's out of reception, so then they miss the chance to talk to them.
Wow. What we might do is, if you're happy, might go to Senator Cox for some questions, and then we'll go to Senator Shoebridge.
Great, thank you, and thank you for appearing via teleconference. I'm very sad we couldn't get to Alice to see you all in person. It sounds like you're doing some great work down there. I mean, the realities of which you've sort of articulated in that piece around delivering programs to remote communities. I mean, how significant is that impact when we're talking about kids who are coming from remote communities into urban centres like Darwin, you know, and not being able to be returned to country and or being so disconnected from family and what that means being caught up in the system. Are you able to sort of articulate that for the committee?
So in terms of what it then looks like when they are trying to go back out to community?
Yep.
Yeah. It's almost like there's a disconnect as they try and reconnect with family and reconnect with being back on country and trying to reconnect culturally as well. That there's all these things that they're then slightly disconnected from after being away, and then it's like a disruption, not a disruption, but like they've been in a situation where they're in a strict routine every day. But then they go back out to community where it's, like I said, you could be in a very overcrowded house. There's lots of things going on. There's, if there's no power, there's no adequate cooling or heating. And all of those things sort of adding to not really settling back out into community as well.
I think they just find the struggles of actually trying to connect back with the family as well.
Yep.
Trying to understand where they're actually meant to be, like, because they've, like she said, they've come from a structured place, walking straight back into a house that's got no structure. They eat when the food's ready. They wake up, they do what they need to do in community, and then, yeah, it's not structured like in, while they're in jail. Is it jail? Detention. But then it's also the families try and figure out how they're meant to work with them as well to try and bring them back. And I think they struggle as well. It's not just the child, it's the family and parents as well, because they're trying to figure out on how to approach them and bring them back to culture, as well as put them back into school, which the school they struggled on trying to get them back into the education system as well, because some of the schools are a bit tough out on community. So yeah, I find that with the school as well.
And it could be that the school doesn't necessarily accommodate for older children as well, and particularly if they have been through men's business and through cultural business, that they're seen as men, so they won't necessarily want to be back at a school where it's all, like, in their eyes, children, so like young primary school age children, that they are then, it's not so much a culturally appropriate place for them to then be trying to go back into school. Yet there's then like services on the ground with like limited funding. Everyone's trying to do at most that they can, but you've got communities where there's no like there's limited activities, like there's limited programs running in the community. or they could just be things like a basketball court that's then open. Like terms of then engagement back in the community, then adds to sort of like a disconnect, I guess, as well.
So your approach really is family sort of first, and making sure that, you know, the whole family is supported, and, like, you know, in practice essentially trying to keep kids out of the system in the first instance, right? Like, so, which is a full-time job, I bet, in everything that you do. And given some of the more environmental and logistical challenges that you have, I mean, those elements of your program, I mean, are there things that you think need to be more resourced, and things that we could look at as sort of, I don't like to use the word best practice, but, you know, things that are good practice that we could scale up and deliver through better policy or more funding? Like, what does that look like from your program?
One of the big ones that came up with our directors recently is the mental health supports. So, but in like a culturally informed way, that they are then, so at the moment they are quite limited in terms of some of the supports are all in town. So not useful if you've got someone 400 k's away, but also it might be that they can do over the phone or video calls for the support, but that's not necessarily how they want to receive that support. That they want to be working one-on-one with someone, or they want to be sitting down in a group with someone to be able to talk through those certain worries. That the mental health side of things, like specialised mental health supports, can be really limiting. And then
just also that social worker that they can talk to after they come out.
Yep.
Just even on the ground, even before they go in, because they start having trouble when they're young, like, and this is at the age of probably 8. They're starting already because they're hanging around a younger crew, and I think they just need that extra support young, because a lot of people look at them as a babies and they're not, because they're doing adult things.
Yep.
Like stealing and stuff, and I think that's where the support needs to start from the beginning, as well as the mums and dads, because some of the mums and dads are just going, oh, you know, they're right, they're just playing outside, and that's half the time that a lot of families go, no, they're just with family, but they don't know what they're actually getting up to, of course. So I think that's where it all begins, is at the house and with the young ones, trying to make sure that they're getting looked after, making sure they're going home in time, but also talking to them about how they're feeling.
What is, like, obviously, like, we've heard the realities of delivering a program like this, but are there things that really hinder or impact on your ability as a service provider to be able to deliver your program on the ground to families and communities? Like, I think you've probably got a list for us, but
with you. But like, just off the top of my head, like, we, for example, one of our programs is across 6 communities, but there's 2 staff in it. So that means they're then trying to cover 6 communities with the 2 of them. It could mean that, like, another delay could be, you have environmental factors, like the rains recently. We had such a delay in trying to get back out into community because of, like, the actual access to community. And then you've also got, when there's business on, because we run from our directors, we culturally never go into a community if there's business or men's business on. So there has been a lot of in the last sort of year, if not, so they all sort of can delay our service trying to get out on the ground. And then
there's always room for funding.
There's always room for funding.
But it's like
Also staff as well, because
Yeah.
our staff, you know, we've only got 2, like she's saying, we've got 2 and they travel across 6 communities, so they're trying to get as much as they can. So we're travelling nearly every fortnight, sometimes back to back. Which does put strain on the families, and then they go on leave. Their own family businesses. So a lot of that happens throughout the whole year, but then we've got Anna, myself, and we try and travel when we can. Anna's just come on as being support, but she's trying to support all the programs to make sure that they run smoothly. But yeah, a lot of it is just the nature of life, you know, weather, the coldness.
Yeah, and the other thing is, like, obviously, if we can't get out, we will stay in contact with families, and they will call us. We will keep in contact. But then, obviously, if they're at an outstation that has no reception, that can obviously get harder. They want to see us more and more, but obviously we're limited with how often we can get out. There was going to be something else that I said, but my brain is...
That's okay. If there's anything you think about.
Well, the other thing is, because of the nature of the work, the staff retention is also another thing that, like, so we're trying to do a lot of local Indigenous employment out in the communities, because sometimes the workers that try and do the remote travel, it does get exhausting, and then it's also just a very heavy nature of work as well. So when you're then working with youth who are fighting this justice system, where it just feels like you're constantly hitting brick walls with trying to get around things, the hurdles that are then faced, and like watching some of our young people like have these breaches of bails, or we've had cases where it's sort of been like a want of a better phrase, like a sort of almost racist outlook from like shop holders or stakeholders in the community who are then causing issues with a young person and aggravating them, and then watching them be detained for that. But it's also that limited knowledge of how to maybe work with a person who has a disability, and working with a person who might get dysregulated and aggravated, that sort of thing as well.
Excellent. Well, I'm happy for you to provide us with any additional things that you can think of, maybe on notice, if that's helpful. Because sometimes when you put on the spot like that, it's not helpful.
Like I said, I was like, I don't know if I've made any sense.
That's all right.
Hopefully.
I think that's it from me. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, guys. We've had a bunch of witnesses tell us that the CAT program in Central Australia is actually a useful and good example of how to get some services delivered. What's your experience there?
Well, our experience with the CATs, it was helpful for then like having an assessment done, but the thing was, it was then like in terms of when we had to do it, it was a lengthy wait to start with for this young person to go through the assessment. But then it also meant that it was 9 intense days, day after day, doing certain assessments through the clinic to try and get that assessment done, which I think was an additional sort of stress, really. And then it also meant that it had to be done in town. So it then meant that the family were in town, and there was a lot of other stresses with that. So it was that someone was then, one of the family members wasn't working for that whole week, because usually they would be working every day in community. So with that, it was then like an additional sort of stress that they was sort of the 9 days without work while they had to be in town to help with the assessment process. So, and then I don't know, like sometimes through the clinic, assessments can kind of be done, but some of the communities we go to, the clinic is serviced 2 days a week. So they sometimes go without a clinic for a few days. because it also then depends on staffing availability from the main clinic as well. So it does help, but there have also been like...
I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. You were talking about young people who have bail conditions that set them up to fail. But that's almost the good news story, isn't it? When young people get bail. The ones who don't get bail, what happens to them?
Yeah. Well, they stay in for a longer time until like the next court dates. And this is the other thing, is that the court sometimes I find confusing, let alone them sitting in there with English as a third language. And most of the time, obviously, like, there are attempts and everything to have translators and interpreters, but sometimes they are hard to find. But like, I applaud NADRA and Legal Aid. They are fantastic lawyers here and incredibly helpful with our young people. And like, we input this information to them as well in terms of these court proceedings too, because it's that extra knowledge of them going, well, that might sound great in theory, but that's not going to work.
Yeah,
like
there's no cell phone reception. So
exactly.
that this bail condition is just impossible.
Yeah. And they can't go to that sport and rec program because that doesn't operate, or they can't go to that engagement program because it's 60 k's away. It's not accessible to them. All those sorts of factors that, from us being on the ground, we know of, that we can then let the lawyers know so that they've got more context as well.
And, you know, a young traumatised kid who's trying to understand what's happening to them, looking at what might be 2 pages of bail conditions.
Yeah.
It's going to be a really hard way of trying to get that information, isn't it?
Absolutely. And it's even little things that it might be that they're listed on that to go to one address and they move to another address. So they let us know, and then we then obviously update the lawyer or Yorit and things like that. But it's then, they have that understanding, but it's still a very difficult piece of document to sometimes navigate.
I think a lot of them just sign away and go, yep, okay, I'm
Whatever.
available.
Yeah.
They don't read it, they don't understand it.
Yeah, but basically the criminal justice system is just throwing chaos into these young people's lives. Randomised, unfair chaos being thrown into their lives by all this system. That's increasingly how I'm seeing it here in the NT. What do you reckon? Is there much justice in it?
No.
I don't think it's fixing anything at the moment. That's my point of view personally. Because I just see them come out, go back in again. Because if they come out of here, they're stuck in town, they hang around the family or the same friends again, they do exactly what they did before they went back in. Instead of setting them up saying, okay, let's start, we're going to come and check on you, let's start doing this, this and this instead. They're just letting them go to the house and that's it, check in every now and then. They don't have anything to say, okay, if you do this for the first week and then we'll move on to the next session, they just don't have that stepping stone. And then, you know, even if they're going back out to community, I mean, I know they can't wear their ankle bracelets out there because there's no signal. So they lose that actual thing to say, okay, you can go back to communities. They have, if not, they have to stay in town at the bail house. But yeah, I just think they just need some structure in letting them out. Make sure that they've got something safe to go.
Treat them like little people with complex lives and needs. Yeah.
And this is it. Some of them they're so young. They are still growing into their own selves, that they are then going through what is a very adult situation. And for them to try and process that at such a young age, I think is really, you have 14, 15-year-olds who have basically lived the life of a 30-year-old.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. We have run out of time, but thanks for all the work you do.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for giving evidence as well. We really appreciate it. So thank you.
That's okay. And anything else needed from us, we can always be contacted as well.
Fantastic. We will certainly take you up on that. Thank you. And we'll
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Go straight in. Yeah, sure.
Turn that off while I try and do.
We'll now welcome representatives from First Nations Advocates Against Family Violence who are joining us remotely. Thank you for taking the time to speak with the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can I get you to please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Yes, thank you. Kerry Stain, CEO of First Nations Advocates Against Family Violence, and
Melissa Clark, I'm the Strategic Director at First Nations Advocates Against Family Violence.
Fantastic. And do you have a brief opening statement before we move to questions?
yes, we do, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So we're joining you from Naarm, and the lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, and to also introduce that I'm a Waka Waka Mandan Danji woman and just pay my respects to elders past and present. Thank you for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of First Nations Advocates Against Family Violence, also known as FNAV. FNAV is the national peak body for the family violence prevention and legal services sector. Our members provide legal and non-legal holistic service programs and supports to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander women and children experiencing family and sexual violence across more than 250 communities, with programs varying from early intervention and prevention all the way through to healing and recovery. I want to be very clear from the outset that you cannot fix youth justice in this country without addressing family violence. What we're seeing is not a youth justice crisis in isolation. It is the predictable outcome of a system that fails to respond to violence early. And importantly, this is not just what the evidence tells us, it is what the children are telling us themselves. As highlighted in the Helpway earlier, how Australia can transform child justice to improve safety and well-being, children across this country are saying that they need support long before they even come into contact with the justice system. Our submission sets this out clearly as the family violence to child protection to the justice pipeline, and also known as crossover kids. Children exposed to violence are being removed from family, drawn into child protection systems early with clearly little results, disconnected from culture and community, and ultimately criminalised. This is not incidental, it is systematic. The data and evidence are clear. And critically, emotional abuse driven by family violence is the most common form of harm. So when we talk about youth offending, we're often talking about children who are already victim survivors of violence. What this means is simple. If governments continue to respond at the point of offending, they will continue to fail. The evidence is overwhelming. The earlier a child is drawn into the justice system, the worse the outcomes become. And the punitive responses do not prevent crime, they increase it. But we are now beyond a question of evidence. This issue is the subject of an urgent complaint to the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, alleging that Australia's youth justice system is contributing to racial discrimination against Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children. The complaint highlights serious concerns about the over-incarceration of our children in Australia, children exposed to harmful and degrading treatment, and a failure of Australia to meet international human rights obligations. This elevates the issue beyond policy reform. This is also a matter of human rights, compliance and international accountability. The FVPLS sector is already doing the work that prevents the trajectory. Our services provide culturally safe, trauma-informed legal and non-legal supports, early intervention with women and children, and whole-of-family community-led responses. We keep women and children safe, together and connected to culture. This is not an add-on to the system. This is a system that works with intention. Yet despite decades of evidence, these services remain underfunded. Programs that are funded are short-term cycles and pilots. Governments continue to invest in responses that we know increase harm. So our message to this committee is direct, that if you're serious about reducing youth incarceration, You must recognise family violence as a primary driver of youth justice involvement, invest in early intervention through the FEPLS and the ACO sector, implement a national child protection notification and referral system, establish enforceable national minimum standards grounded in human rights, and ensure sustained needs-based funding models for both the FEPLS and the ATSLs. This is not about fixing the children. This is about fixing the systems that are failing them. Because what we are seeing is not a pipeline of offending, it's a pipeline of unmet need, trauma, and systemic neglect. And until this is addressed, we continue to see the same outcomes. Thank you. Melissa also just has a quick opening statement, if that's okay.
Certainly.
Thank you. I'm a very proud Ngarrindjeri Kaurna Wirugu woman. I'm also here on the lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. I've been with FNAV, the First Nations Advocacy Against Family Violence, for a whole 5 weeks at this point. So I'd really, with my opening statement, I'd really like to draw on the 30 years of justice experience that I've had in relation to family violence and youth justice. So, throughout my 30-year career in justice, my purpose has been consistent, and that is to pursue a future where every woman and child is free of violence in all its forms and able to live a life that enables them to be safe, supported, and to thrive. I've worked across the system to realise that purpose, first beginning as a baby-faced 23-year-old in 1997 as a police officer. And this is where I was a first responder to family violence, where I saw firsthand the impact of violence on women and children, including children witnessing that violence in their own home. In that work, I sat with women who were fearful, more fearful of the system than they were of the person using violence against them. Women, particularly Aboriginal women, who were afraid of how they would be treated by police and the courts, afraid of being judged, afraid that they would be seen not as victims, but as perpetrators. I have heard time and time again from women who chose not to seek protection because they did not trust the system to keep them safe or to keep their children with them. For some, the calculation was stark, that the only way to survive and to keep their family together was to endure the violence, even if that meant accepting what they described as the occasional punch in the face. As a police officer, I sometimes was placed in situations where I had to arrest children as young as 10, not because it was the right response, but because there were no safe alternatives. It was not considered safe or appropriate to return them to their home because of the violence, so they were taken into custody. I was also responsible for caring for those children in the police cells, locked in the same environment as adult offenders, including those who were violent. Children so small they had to stand on tiptoe just to see over the charge counter. Terrified children crying out for their mum, crying for someone, anyone, to help them. Children who are that age should have been held, protected and made to feel safe, not standing at the front door of the justice system. Over time, the pattern emerged that many children coming into contact with the justice system were the same children that had been exposed to violence much earlier in their lives. This is not unpredictable. This reflects gaps in our systems, and when they respond and how they respond. When I was at the Aboriginal Legal Rights Movement managing Frontline staff supporting children who had been arrested by police, often at a point where earlier intervention could have made such a difference. At a national level, through the National Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Legal Services, I have seen this pattern reflected across jurisdictions. And now at FNAV, I work alongside our specialist expert family violence prevention legal services across the country, services that are responding to these issues every day at the intersection of violence, trauma, race and gender. The FNAF submission before you is grounded in this reality, in the frontline, community-controlled expertise of services who see these patterns every day. This is not just a submission that is informed by recent evidence or reports. It reflects what Aboriginal communities have known, experienced and have been raising for decades. It speaks to the system-level problems, barriers and conditions that many children are born into, and that cumulative impact when those conditions are not addressed early. The submission is clear that family violence is a key driver of many of the trajectories we see in the justice system, and it's equally clear about what works: early, coordinated and wraparound support, community-controlled, culturally safe services, responses designed around the need of women and children. These are not new ideas, they are existing solutions already being delivered through the family violence prevention and legal services. The challenge is not identifying what works. The challenge is ensuring our systems respond early enough and in ways that are led by those with the expertise to do so. And what I'm seeing now is not just one generation impacted. I'm seeing the children that I encountered in the 90s, those who were exposed to violence, who entered the system early, now entrenched in those cycles of violence and incarcerated as adults. And now I'm seeing their children entering the same cycles. This is the trajectory that we're on. We are now seeing second generation of children enter this cycle. This is not a knowledge problem, it's an implementation problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to questions. Senator Cox.
Thank you, and can I thank you both for joining us and providing evidence to us here today. I just wanted to pick up, in your submission you called for a nationally consistent Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander child protection notification and referral system, so similarly to what we have in the custody notification system that was recommended by the Royal Commission on Deaths in Custody. Can you talk us through how this system that you've recommended would operate in practice to enable early intervention? And I suppose what I'm looking for specifically is how Commonwealth, through the levers that we have available to us, whether it's legislation, funding agreements or national standards, are required. And I just want to pick up on Ms Clark's comment around implementation to ensure that it's effective across jurisdictions. So do you want to walk us through that proposal?
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to start with that one, and then Hen, if you want to add anything. So we have, and you would have seen in the submission, the North Australian Aboriginal Family Legal Service, NAFLS, has got a pilot program through the Ramsay Foundation is seeking funding. And currently their pilot program is at the intersection of when child protection could be notified that they bring in the legal and non-legal wraparound supports into the family at that stage. And I say it in that way because across the jurisdictions there has been some programs that have been trialled, and the intersection or the point we need to get it further upstream. So whether it's through education or people accessing what their legal rights are and understanding how to navigate what they need to in the legal arena, but also getting all those wraparound trauma-informed responses early. So there used to be years ago, and as I say it, you'll know what sounds years ago, which was a fax-back system, which was around suicide. And where if there was someone who had completed suicide, the police would then do this fax-back system to a service that could then respond. And it was considered early intervention and prevention because of, copycat suicides that could potentially follow. So based on, I guess, a similar but different is that as soon as a family is identified as being at risk where there's family violence, and that, you know, that could be anyone within the family, not just necessarily parents to children, but that family gets that wraparound support early. Services go in, support that family, and that will to help, you know, look at what are the kinship structures in place. How do we, you know, look at the violence? What's the risk assessments in this certain scenario? How can we get community support and look at all those different types of interventions and put those in early so that children are not removed from families and we don't end up with this pipeline issue. In terms of in terms of national policy, really it's coming at it from an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander point of view. We know the child protection systems and the justice systems vary across all the jurisdictions, which is also part of the problem, and what we're suggesting is some national standards that need to be abided by for all jurisdictions. So some minimum standards, which not only go across incarceration, but obviously the age of incarceration, how to work with families, what we know works, and to put in some of those minimum standards, and those standards to be set obviously in consultation with community, but we think that there needs to be some minimum standards put in place that all jurisdictions are required to follow. The other area that is very frustrating for us is that when we talk about the evidence, we know across the multiple reports, the recommendations that point to what needs to be done, what needs to be started. Not only are these not resourced, there's no accountability for what happens to those recommendations or no report back. And I know you've heard that before, but across multiple, even, you know, the murdered and missing women, the rapid review, there's been multiple reports that actually talk to the success of the family violence prevention and legal services sector and the work that they're doing from early intervention and prevention through to healing. And a family can be anywhere along that continuum at any given time. And the beauty of the programs of the FPLs is they can actually work with people regardless of where they are along that continuum. And so trying to get that further upstream is where our services have not been funded for the early intervention and prevention. So trying to get into schools, talking about the healthy relationships, where to go for support, how to access services. And I think the beauty of our programs and the strength of our programs is that although there's some foundational similarities around the legal and non-legal, they're all individually unique to their communities. So they are all self-determined FEPLSs, and they all look different regardless of if you're in Perth or whether you're in, you know, Central Australia or you're in the Torres Strait. They've been grown from those communities. They have investment from their communities. 85% of the staff that are non-legal are from community, and so it's very empowering for communities to start taking control of how do we address safety and violence and look after our families. Want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I'd just like to add in terms of, you know, what can be the role of the Australian government with the implementation and coordination side of things would be to fully implement those conventions and declarations that Australia is a signatory to. In particular, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, as well as the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. You know, we've got the, and I don't have the thing in front of me, but the prevention of torture, you know, isolation in custody detention centres, and those sort of things. So if the Australian government was serious and was in a position to fully implement and at parts legislate, that would give a mandate. And we know we've had, you know, our submission points to the work that NATSLs did with the JEC around the external affairs power, and all of that sort of encompasses, you know, what Kerry was saying, but also points to those international obligations which are certainly viewed by community and our Aboriginal community-controlled orgs as significantly failing Aboriginal children, specifically, you know, in child protection and youth justice. And I would also add, you know, have had a lot of experience with the custody notification. That was one of the first things that South Australia, very proud to say, implemented in the preliminary report of deaths in custody back in the early 90s. And We would always speak about, is there an opportunity to use that more broadly to be able to, get into like education system, the early healthcare system for children. Our teachers see our children at very young age, but up to 6 hours a day. If there is any signs, if we had a coordinated central system that was community-led for blackfellas, community-led, monitored to ensure that it is culturally safe to be able to get into those early signs, and then be able to, have Aboriginal-led decision-making at the centre of what families need. They need to have a safe space to be able to talk about things that they are not proud of, things that might shame them, things that might shame their community, but to I know, there's been these not gammon, I shouldn't really say that, but, the one-door policy and the hubs, and that we've seen them come and go over the years. There hasn't been consistency. So, the earlier the better for something like that.
And I think that the early child protection notification allows for each family to have their own unique plans. So, whether it's their safety planning, we talked about the risk assessments, but really having, what are we going to do if X, Y, and Z happens? If something flares up, where can the children go? Where is the safe space? And them all being really aware of that. So I think it's that ability to have, and it's a legally supported document that is signed off on, so that it's then can follow through with the family if there is some type of intervention that tries to occur that's beyond that.
Great, thank you. Just one final question from me. You've talked a little bit about the early intervention, prevention and healing from the FVPLS. It's getting late in the day here. And that family-centred AFLDM, which operates in some jurisdictions and community-led early intervention supports. Are there any particular programs that you can point to that are interrupting some of the pathways before children are removed or ending up in the youth justice system?
Yeah, so I know you probably don't have a whole lot of time, but we've actually just done some videos, and one of them in South Australia is talking to sister program, which has women and younger women all coming together, and that happens across South Australia through FIVLSAC and also JIRA. There's some similar programs across the FVPLSs, which are community days, which are coming together, which are giving women and children the information that they need to how to link in, how to access supports early, talking about, wellness for themselves. And so that's the more generalised program. But within some communities, there's some more unique programs. So for MPY, they really go out onto community. And although they don't do support in courts, because if the women are really not able to kind of do both things, so they'll go to community and run programs and be talking to women. So there's a lot of those soft entry points through programs that they're running to then have conversations with women in a safe space, which then flows on, with all those other safety mechanisms that keeps the family together.
I just wanted to clarify that, just so that I can just make sure I tighten it up a little bit. Earlier today, I'd asked the question here on the ground and made a comment that quite often what we know about family and domestic violence is a key driver towards our children, towards the youth justice system. There's nothing in Australia that I'm aware of where we actually treat children separately to the woman. So we do a lot of the stuff at the front end. We don't necessarily pay a lot of attention to children being a secondary victim in their own right to the trauma that exists in family and domestic violence. And we know that it's predictable, it's preventable in lots of different ways, but we're not targeting that impact that has on children. We are still continuing to do that for women, but we already know from all of the research and all of the data that that
tipping point that sends that over into the justice system, is there anything in existence that service providers or your member organisations in Frontline have developed that can actually target what is the trauma that plays itself out and manifests itself across into what will then become a child's offending behaviour and lead them into the justice system? Or are we still not focusing on that?
Well, look, I certainly think it's a focus. What I can do is take that on notice and get a breakdown of the programs of where, like you said, some programs are really focusing on how do you support the mums, that then has that flow-on effect. But I can take that on notice and actually put it out to see what specific programs, and then come back to you on that.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and that's perfect timing. Thank you both for appearing, and sorry for the mix-up in getting you on. We always manage to make it work. It's always harder with technology, but we really appreciate you appearing today, and I think if you've got things that you can provide at a later date, that would be very helpful as well. So thank you. You are now free to go about your day again.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. And we'll, but I'll need to do that. So that concludes today's proceedings. The committee has agreed that answers to questions taken on notice at this hearing should be returned by close of business on the 15th of May 2026. I'd like to thank all witnesses who have given evidence to the committee today, and also thanks to Broadcasting and the Secretariat. I now declare this hearing adjourned.